Those who own dogs, you know, every time you come back from wherever you went, the dog is happy and it's jumpy and it wants to lick you in the face. Even if you just went to get mail from the mailbox, they delight in your return. If you want to take them out for a car ride, they're the first in the car. They're some of the most joyous creatures that live among us. And dogs don't live as long as we do. An old dog is like 14. We live to 90 if we're, eat well and wear a seatbelt. So you divide the two, you get basically a factor of 7. So this is where the 7 dog years formula comes from. It means every single day a dog lives is equivalent to a week of your life. If they only get 1 day for every week you're alive, they make every day count. When I look at a dog, I use that as a reminder of how I should live every day of my life, because I get to live 7 times as long as the dog.
Yeah, what's going on, family? Good to see you. Good to see you. NPC the game live, coming to you from Taiwan, District 13, the real Shaolin. It's a gloomy Monday morning, moon day. However, you're bringing the sun out. Thank you for being here, everybody. Yeah, man, that was a gloomy. Watching that, man. Woo! I haven't seen some of that stuff in a while. I'll just leave it at that. Vengeful Truther, good to see you. Good to see you, man. Crazy Mama, good to see you. Locksmith Jeremy, good to see you. Look within, what's up? Salute to the hardest working man in the metaverse. The craziest mama out there. Leopard print, the lovely leopard print. Always good to see you. Dino, what's going on, brother? Had to tell our little girl off. Tell our little girl off this morning for going down the driveway, barking at the tractor coming up the driveway. We share with the farmer. I don't want her to run over them when I'm. Yeah, for sure. That's one of the biggest fears when you see that pup go running out or your cat out in the street. You would hope they have situational awareness. Yeah. Luckily, a lot of the stray dogs. So we have a lot of stray dogs here in Taiwan. They do have situational awareness, so they know what's up. It's a good song, huh? Man, I remember a couple years ago, when I was on vacation up north in Hualien, I was watching that National Lampoon's Vacation remake, and the dude was singing this in the song, and I'm like, okay, this song's like look when Lynn said it, that Seal song, "Kiss from a Rose," it does live rent free in my head, and he kept singing it. I'm like, and it just imprinted in my head. And then I listened to it, and the acapella version came on. I'm like, holy shit, this song's powerful, man. Super powerful. It's like y'all are powerful. So today's broadcast is God spelled backwards, as you know, is dog. Why is that? Human psychology versus dog psychology, and Moon and Capricorn, and Raw Diet, and DMX. We had DMX earlier. The great DMX. Yo. All right, what's going on? What's really going on this dog psychology stuff? Matter of fact, if you want to check it out, I did a vlog about this a while back in the chat. Check out my vlog on slices of life and what's really going on in my neck of the woods. So, human psychology versus dog psychology. It all begins with the misconception or intention versus perception. Humans and dogs speak separate languages, as we know, right? People are extremely verbal while dogs are extremely nonverbal. Canines communication consists of eye contact, body language, and reading energy, right? Let me bring it up so you can follow along as I do this. Check out the vlog, test streaming vlog in real time. Drop it like it's hot. Yeah. So, so where were we? What were we saying about this? The energy, like canine communication consists of eye contact, bold language, and reading energy. Have you ever been in the presence of someone that gives you the creeps? I don't know. Is someone giving you the creeps right now in the chat? Oh man, crazy mama. Is somebody giving you the creeps down there? Freaky Deaky Jeremy? Is that it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so so you can read the energy. They can read the energy, right? Just like if somebody's giving you the creeps, you may have not even had to spoken to them, but you feel something that makes you uncomfortable. That is energy. It is the feeling or vibration that you get from another being. Humans gained language and storytelling eons ago, and as a result, our instincts have become very dull. What instincts we do have are mostly within our subconscious. They've been pushed down there, right? We feel things quietly, intuitively, and then we talk ourselves out of it. Yet again, using words, right? We don't go use our instincts all the time like we used to. Here's back home. It's kind of blurry right there. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Here's back home over there in actually wearing that hat as we speak right now. It's cold out here. My hat from Afghanistan. There's Fin, the black Formosan Mountain Dog, and Winston, the white Formosan mixed Mountain Dog. This is back in the foothills of deep East Oakland, right? Go down to the flatlands and you see like real the American version of Afghanistan, but it might as well be another kingdom up here in the hills overlooking the flatlands of Oakland, right? So those are my first pups and my family. Learned a lot from them. Winston, the white dog, taught me a lot about my ego and how to control it. I used to think he was the manifestation of my ego because he was a wild child. He was a wild child. I met him when he was 4 years old. That's when I met my wife. After she had brought him to America when he was, a year old or something like that. And then when I met him, he was 4 years old, right? So that's my stepson, huh? I guess you could say. And then Fin came a few years later. She flew over from Taiwan. She was the street dog living in the park, over there in the park in Taipei, the largest city in Taiwan. And we saw her online and we wanted to give him Winston a sister. So she flew her over here. She was a rescue dog, just like Winston was. And she became part of our family. All right. Great dogs. Great being, that Fin. I wouldn't doubt it if there is reincarnation, if she manifested into a human or whatever she wanted to be. So the most important, here we go, about dog psychology versus human psychology. The most important law when trying to understand animals, especially canines, is that they love to follow strong and confident personalities. Yeah, it's me being stoic, upright. They do not follow marshmallows or super softies. They also do not follow anything that is interpreted as weak or unstable. For example, are you anxious when your dog is misbehaving? Do you feel sorry for your dog, or maybe guilty? These emotions are interpreted by the dog and other animals much differently than people. For most people, this can be difficult concept to grasp in the beginning, but once you begin to see and understand this, it all becomes very clear. You guys experienced that before? I don't know. Shout out to Divine Sparks, Divine Spark 313, hardest working woman in the metaverse. She never stops. I wouldn't doubt if she's on her break. Woof, woof. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Device Sparks 313. I love my doggos. They are my guides. They have taught me much about myself. Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. These two. These two. Fin, the black one, and Winston. This is about maybe 5 or 6 months after Fin came to live with us in East Oakland from Taipei. She was a fob, fresh off the boat or fresh off the plane, to be right and exact. And Winston, right? So the whole point was, because at the time, Miss NPC was, Rebecca was working in the city, San Francisco, which is as a pastry chef at this fancy French bakery, making macaroons and whatnot. And I was working this Italian high-end grocery store over there by GoPro in Solar City. And so we were away a lot, and Winston was at home for like at least 8-9 hours. And so I guess we wanted to get him a sister, thinking like a human, right? Not remembering, in fact, what I read years ago about this in The Secret Life of Dogs is sometimes you can get a dog for your dog, and they may not even like them. And not only that, they may be indifferent to them, or even worse, they may actually not like them. And when we brought Fin in, one of the red flags was we got her a toy. And as soon as he saw her playing with it, he tried to attack her. Which, as young dog owners, we should have known better. Probably not to do that. But in a way, Winston was he gave Finfin a hard time for a minute until he didn't, right? And in the end, like I said earlier, a lot of this, probably most of it, stems from the owners, right? You got to be strong and not so anxious around your dog, or the dog will feed off that, especially a strong-willed dog. But Finfin knew what to do. She knew to run away, make a loud noise like he did something, and then hide and come over to us. But the interesting thing about it, I'm pretty sure, I bet Finfin could take him. But she was humble like that, I guess. See, I'm always anthropomorphizing animals and whatnot. Peace to the chat. Peace to London. Lay low. Lay low, family. Your dogs are like Velcro. Yeah, they're mine. They're like my shadow. Best compliment I received is people say they want to come back as one of my animals. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. They hit the doggy lotto with you, Divine. All right. Lay low, London. Good to see you. I love all life vegan. Yeah, for sure. Good man. These dogs aren't vegan, though. They definitely eat meat. We'll get into that later. Dina with a comment. We had a guy show up that our little girl had never met. Yet she tried to nip his ankle and stop him from coming to the house. He used to live there. His demeanor towards the dog was with angst, and she knew it. Yeah, they pick up on that. Yeah, lay low. Definite lay low. And you guys can put in London Man's channel in the chat. If you don't mind, mods. Matter of fact, I gotta make Divine a mod, dude. Let me see. Yeah, back to this doggy psychology. Back to that build. Dog psychology versus human psychology. So you must be strong and confident in order to be an effective pack leader to a dog. This is from my vlog, test streaming blog. Therefore, you start with people. Let me see. What do you need to work on? Do you need to work on your anxiety, your self-esteem, confidence, depression? Which is actually kind of cool. The dogs can get you to work on yourself. Just trying to be a leader. The first thing that we must learn is to become aware of how you are feeling so that we can address any weakness or any weak areas. Yoga or meditation may be prescribed for people suffering from anxiety or anyone having trouble being calm and focused. Confidence or self-esteem issues. Are there confidence or self-esteem issues? Martial arts such as Krav Maga can be a super boost to your confidence. Yeah. Israeli martial art. So let's discuss the difference between human beings and other animals. For instance, let's say we have a female with a litter of puppies. One of the puppies is not strong and is not doing well. What will the mother do? She'll push it aside and ignore it. A weak squirrel in the nest will literally push it out the nest. A weak baby bird, out. They'll kick it out of the nest. Regardless of the animal, they will not foster weakness. It goes against their DNA. A screaming dog in the dog park becomes an instant target. Why? Weakness. There's nothing wrong with this behavior. It is what it means to be a canine. And once again, I'll overlap some of these things about human beings. Like someone with the loudest voice that's yapping all the time in a negative way. A lot of times that's covering up some weakness. I don't know. What do you think, chap? Have you seen that before? Moolah Moon in Vedic astrology tends today and associated with dogs. Very cool. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Alexander. I have to say, the day is definitely resonating with dogs. This morning when I was editing that intro outro of my dog's former and current pack, right? My wife was watching a movie on I don't know if it was Netflix or Disney Channel. It was called Night Bitch. I like saying that. Night Bitch. And it was about a woman who's a mother, she's an artist, yet she gave it up to take care of her toddler son while her husband goes out and travels a lot and whatnot. And yeah, she was a night bitch. She literally would turn into a dog and get primal every night. Very interesting. So this dog energy is definitely all up in y'all. Yeah. Crazy mama, you yap a lot. Comment from Jeremy. Tell me about it, huh? Tell me about it. Hey, it's dog day. Let me drop the link early. If y'all want to come up, we have some things to get through. So we're on the human psychology versus dog psychology right now. But you're more than welcome and encouraged to come up and build on dogs. Let me know about your dog. Tell us about your dog or your cat or whatever you have, if it's an animal. Now don't talk about that person you treat like an animal. Let's talk about the actual pets, right? Pets are here to teach us a lot about ourselves. In the zodiac, the pet chamber or house or mansion is the Virgo energy, right? The Virgo energy, that's the pet energy. Because if your Virgo's about self-improvement, getting better every day, and if you're able to take care of yourself, a luxury would be being able to take care of a pet. Right? Some of us take care of our pets better than we take care of ourselves. Right? Jeremy's your pet? Okay. Your words, not mine. All right. What do you think about that, Jeremy? Damn. Yeah. So So, so we're talking about, you have to get rid of those things that aren't serving you. The weakness in terms if you want to be strong pack leader for your dog. So humans, however, will find that weak little pups and will want to nurse the pup if it's ignored, right? If you find that squirrel or bird on the sidewalk, we're ready with the eyedropper and heating pad to rescue it. And this is what makes us human. We are one of the only species that behave this way. We can think about the differences. Dogs cannot. They can't become people, but you can learn to be a bit of a dog. A dog is a dog, right? You can be a bit of a dog. Jeremy, are you a dog? Look within, are you a dog? Are you a real dog? Yeah. So, uh, your dog needs to know that you know how to lead them. They need to know that you are confident in your decisions, that you can handle whatever the world throws at you. My definition of dominance is the art of leadership. Someone has to make the decisions in the relationship. It should not be the one with the four legs. Your dog needs for you to learn to be loving, benevolent dictator. Just like being a great YouTube live streamer. Just like being a great parent to a child. Sensitive and nervous dogs absolutely require you to take over for them. You will build an enormous amount of trust with your dog. Right? This happens. You gotta know who's boss for sure. Divine Sparks, my pups needs to know he's bossy. Hey, I wonder how that's working out. Right? So if you have a dog with a sharp temperament like Winston over here, he needs someone to set limits with them. Like this dog right here, this dog I told you about, Winston. He had a very sharp personality and temperament. This one right here, the white one right there. Rest in peace, Winston. Romp in peace. My favorite dog, actually, ever. We're not supposed to have favorites, but we do, even though we love them all. Weird like that. Most people I meet are total marshmallows, right? Soft personalities are more sensitive and engage in directions more easily. You should never be harsh. However, you should be firm. And once you decide you're going to require something or engage in an activity, be sure you follow through. But you must have a vision of what you want in order for you to know where you're going. And you can't pass what you don't have. If you want the dogs in your family to respect the children, they must respect you first. Then you can give it. 3 pillars that are fundamental to success. Patience, right? Patience, you got to have patience. You must sometimes wait for the dog to learn or deflate. Don't become frustrated. Persistence. You must be willing to never accept no as an option. Be calm but firm and always follow through. It gets easy. It gets easy. The 3 pillars that are fundamental, right, to success. 3 pillars, huh? Patience. One, you must sometimes wait for the dog to learn. Don't become frustrated, right? You literally, when you're walking them, teaching them how to walk on the lead, have to stop if they're pulling, right? You want them to at least be beside you when you're walking or a little behind you, right? If they keep doing that, you got to stop. Maybe pull back on the leash a little bit, make it a little tighter, but you got to stop. Patience, patience, patience. Persistence. You must be willing to persistence. You must be willing to never accept no as an option. Be calm but firm and always follow through. It gets easier, especially with recall. Recall, that's very important. It can stop. It can mean life or death, like Dino was saying about his pup, her running in front of could run in front of the tractor on the driveway or down the street. You have to get that recall down. You have to be persistent and not take no, meaning not coming back to you when you call them, right? That's probably why people use the shock collar or the e-collar. And you don't even have to use put it on electric. You can put it on vibrate, because all you're doing with that e-collar is telling them, reminding them to not to be distracted, taking them out their distraction and bringing the focus back on you, right? Consistency. 3, providing rituals and maintaining the same rules for everyone in the family and beyond provides security and stability to your dog. Literally, my favorite word, literally, like when you feed them, right? We with the alpha dog, Winston, I'm the alpha. My wife is the alpha in the pack, right? But in terms of the dog, he's the alpha. We make them sit and be calm before we fed them. And the routine was Winston would get fed last. The beta, then the sigma, and then Winston. The alpha would get fed last. We established a ritual, right? Because remember, rules equal freedom. The better behaved your dog, the more he or she is able to be in public and go places with you and not stuck at home. Yeah, that's a big deal, right? You want them to be with you. Yeah. Recall, right? It's critical to your dog for sure. Yeah. Joe Cool, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah. Joe Cool, let's hear about your dogs. What's up with your dogs? Dog? It's funny that's how the homies call each other dog as a term of endearment. It's interesting how dog is God spelled backwards, right? Why is that? We love dogs. Dogs are masters of human nature. They tell us things about ourselves. In their evolution from wolves, they had to pay attention and use their acute ability of human nature and psychology to see a way, an in to man, right? They hung around the tribes, on the outskirts of the tribes, in order to get scraps that men would leave after they left or would feed them, right? They knew how to be how to humble themselves. They knew how to be a valuable tool to man. They knew how to be almost an alarm system, even if they're small, beta little wolf or dog, or in order to alert the alphas and the sigmas what's really going on if there's an intruder, right? They're affectionate, right? Literally over the years they have different roles. Even those toy um, pets like the whippets or Italian greyhounds, they used to be used as lap warmers and for in warmers in the bed for some of those nobles and people with a little bit more money and whatnot. What's up, London man? How's it going, bro?
Yo, what's going on,
How's it
Gabe?
going?
Much love, bro.
Good to have you, bro. Good to have you, man.
Thank
Yeah,
you for hitting me up. Thank you.
absolutely. Yeah, lay low,
Hey,
man.
low. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Let me know. I
yeah.
I heard you talking about alphas and sigmas, so I had to jump up.
What you know about alphas and sigma?
It's the dog.
The dog
Yeah,
in you, huh?
already,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
already know.
yeah. The
hmm
dogs are amazing, right? What's up, Alexandra? Good to see you, sis. Yeah. So what's up on the dog? Like, how did you come across that and then match up with your research? The dogs.
Well, the only dot I've managed to connect with the dog and the
Mhm.
construct is the dog star, what they
Mm,
call, Sirius the dog star.
right.
Uh, I think that's a connection to our realm, whether it's a weapon or device, or it's us in the reflection.
Yeah.
It's pointing to us, wherever it is. It's looking at us.
Yeah. Yeah. That dog, it always comes back to the dog, right? Of all there's a lot of animals on the earth, but this dog, it seems like the most engrossed in the humans, right?
hmm
Yeah, it's like a bridge or whatnot. Yeah. And so the dog star is was that Sirius B and all that?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
hmm yeah. Lots of
Mm,
connection with them, but I've only
yeah.
seen those ones so far. But I know there's many more out there on the dog star.
Yeah. Yeah.
hmm
The Dogon people, right? They're
Correct,
synonymous with that too. Yeah.
correct. Yeah.
What do we know about the Dogon? Yeah. Yeah. One thing I know is that well, my father's family's originally from Mali. That's where they're located, right? The Dogon people in West Africa. Um, yeah. So these dog people, and then when we start talking about dog star and all that, I think I've seen some of these narratives. I don't know if you have. Some people think there was like these. I'm getting way out there. These battles they used to have in the galaxies of between like humanoid animal people, and one of the races was like a dog people. You know, I think they had a lion race too. You know, kind of like when you see the Egyptians with the head of the animal and the body of a man. You know, so some wild stuff out there.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
They spoke of many things, the Dogons. They
Hmm.
spoke of many
But
things. They especially spoke of a Trinity, a three-star system. I'm sorry, three-sun system, rather.
mhm. Yeah, three sons. That's pretty hot, man.
Mm.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Because I know in the movie Star Wars, they have the two sons on that planet where Luke Skywalker's from, Tatooine,
Yes.
and Darth Vader as well too, right? His father, Anakin. Yeah.
Mm.
Hmm. Yeah. So three sons. Okay. What else do we know about? That's pretty badass, bro. Three sons. Yeah. Do you think that they traveled? First of all, they traveled in space from their star system, and if so, do you think they came here?
Well, first, we have to define what we individually think space would be.
Hmm.
You understand? Because there's many concepts on space,
Yeah.
and if we was to start talking, they probably think we're talking about outer space, how NASA would perceive it,
Yeah.
present it. You understand? So
Yeah.
I don't know, but I mean, space could be many things, in my opinion. It could just
Hmm.
mean away from us. You're in a different space, like a different area.
Like you and me, you and I. You're in
Correct.
that side of Europe. I'm here in Asia,
Correct.
Southeast Asia. Yeah.
And it's the waters that divide us, right? So, there is some people that believe space is the waters. Space would be the waters, and what resides in space. planets, right?
Mm-hmm.
What resides on the waters, continents. So that goes back to what
Mm-hmm.
you say. Could the continents really be the planets?
Mm. Mm. I like that because it makes it more real, more in our sphere of influence as humans, right?
Hmm.
Because the way the whole space is, it's kind of a. I'm glad you came up with this because you. This is why I like you, London. One of the main reasons because you help us expand our consciousness, and I never thought about it like that because space. The concept of space is kind of like a catch-22. You're almost there, but you're not so far away. It's like wow, space is so vast and like
Yeah.
amazing, right? However, what the hell? We can't do nothing about it. We can't breathe in the
Hmm.
in the vacuum, so-called vacuum of space. We cannot travel, at least physically, right? So that's kind of above our pay grade if you believe that narrative. However, the way you're presenting this, to me, an alternative form of how the world is set up, this sounds like something that we can get into, right? And people have, right?
Most definitely.
Yeah. So the waters is the space. Okay. Yeah. I like that. Have you ever had a dog, or what do you think about canines and cats and all that?
Well, I've had a cat before. I've had a cat.
Uh-huh.
I like dogs, but the place where I was staying, it didn't make sense to me having a dog. But a cat,
Hmm.
I could just about work around a cat. So
Yeah. Yeah.
the cat. But I had the cat since it was a kitten.
Hmm.
So it
Yeah.
was a bond. It was a good bond we had. But I had to
Yeah.
give it up when the baby come. So when the baby came, gave it up.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot.
Hmm.
Yeah. Especially some of us with the allergies and stuff. I think my mom had two cats. She named them after the Bible characters, Samson and Delilah. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think they didn't mesh with my, the breathing and all that. So yeah, she got rid of them. Yeah. Later on, we ended up having a cat like for 18 years, Penny. But but yeah, cats are very interesting. I've come across cats that act like your traditional cat, I guess, in the terms of they're kind of aloof in their own world. You're like a second thought, right? But then there's these other cats that I guess you could say the easiest way to me describe them, they're like dogs. They're like your shadow, and they like follow you sometimes even. And they actually dare I say are kind of. How was your cat?
My cat was calm, very calm. It was a female cat. She was calm. She was good, man.
Yeah,
Connie, I miss her. She was good. She
Connie.
was she was very tiny. Very
Petite.
tiny. Yeah, little cat.
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I love all animals, man. That's why I had to give up certain lifestyle, certain food
Mm-hmm.
intake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I haven't looked back since.
yeah, yeah. I can see that is a good reason not to eat flesh. Because that's what you're doing. You're literally eating dead flesh when you eat meat. It's not alive anymore, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Have you heard the argument when people say when you're vegetarian, for example, you're actually ingesting more sentient life?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
yeah. But I would say though it's a different type of consciousness, huh? Than
Oh
an
yeah.
animal, a plant,
Yeah,
right?
definitely. Mm.
It's kind of like in a sense, I would say we're all humbling ourselves to some to a hierarchy, and animals do seem to defer to humans, right? You know,
Mm.
but then again, the plants are even more humble. Even they're just there; they don't move really. They're there for us, the animals, to eat. Yeah.
Well, I mean, with that being said, that's probably, in my opinion, what I'm seeing. That sounds like a perfect design. Like they know what they're there
It does.
for, right?
Yes.
That is their, their will, their program.
Mm-hmm.
Because they regenerate faster than us. They grow faster than us.
Yeah.
And it's a good source of energy. Fruits, plants, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But it's there for us. And we've kind of come away off that code.
Yeah.
We turned against each other when the code's always been in front of us.
Right.
Eat what's in abundance.
Right. It's like the beginning of anything caught when I was reading, because I'm reading from my vlog where I wrote about human psychology versus dog psychology, and it was saying in the beginning, it says the difference between dog and human psychology. Right? Humans and dogs speak separate languages. People are extremely verbal, while dogs are extremely nonverbal. Right? Canine communication consists of eye contact and body language and reading energy, and whereas like the only time that kind of happens with humans is usually as if somebody's like, I gave the example of, have you ever been in the presence of someone that gave you the creeps? You may not have spoken to them, but you feel something that makes you uncomfortable, right?
Mm.
That's like the reading the energy.
Big sister.
Big sister, exactly. That's funny. That's exactly the person I was thinking about when you said that. Right. Right. I was thinking about that weird being. Yeah.
Yeah. Weird being.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you don't know who we're talking about, Big Sister, let me
I
pull
got
it up.
another one on the way soon. Another social experiment. Got
You got
something
another
in
one?
mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another hypocrites.
Is it on Death from Above? Is that the last Big Sister one? No, huh? What's the last Big Sister video? Yeah, creepy. You get creepy vibes from this person.
You want me to unlock them?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Cool. Give me a sec.
What's this say? Divine Spark. Cats are reptilian are the only ones with. Yeah, they do have the slit eyes. Those cats that's wild, bro. Oh, OTW has something too. In the meantime, let's see. The OTW has something here. I think he got a video. Take a musical interlude. Oh shit. Okay, no, good. London's still there. Okay. Here we go. This is from OTW. You don't care about anything.
This is OTW and
Anabolic beat.
you don't care about anything. You don't care about anything at all. You don't care about anything. You don't care about nothing at all. No care for the poor, the hungry, or the weak. Only care about the power, the wealth, and the seat. Sitting at the top, watching us fight. Silencing our voices like we don't have rights. Pretend to be untouchable, untamed by the truth. Build a world of greed, leaving nothing for the youth. A system built on lies, division and control. But we're waking up to the bullshit we were told. Acting like gods, sitting in their mansions. Built on the pain, built on fucking oppression. Keep telling us lies, keep feeding us poison. Ignoring the cries of the broken. You don't care about anything. You don't care about anything at all.
Leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia.
It can't be denied, it's all falling down. There's nothing left to hide, we're waking up now. They thought we'd stay down, that we would be quiet. Not standing for what's right, fuck you, we'll fight for it. They took everything, it was too hard to resist. They thought they could own us and said indoctrinate the kids. We've had enough taking back what's ours. No more compromise, no more giving up our powers. They built their walls, but they won't keep us in. The game is over now, we're about to win. They thought they would break us and keep us in fear. It's time for them to get the fuck out of here. Don't care about anything. You don't care about anything at all. You don't
Leave
care
the oil
about
to me.
anything.
We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia.
Don't care about anything. You don't care about anything at all. You don't care about anything. You don't care about nothing at all. You don't care about
We have more liquid
anything.
gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi
You
Arabia.
don't care about anything at all.
We have more than Russia.
Shout out to OTW. That We Don't Care About Anything, his new hip hop song. Yeah, I get that. It seems like the government doesn't really care about anything except, well, they care about one thing, right? Staying in power, right, London Man?
That reminds me of Michael Jackson's song. They don't really care about
Oh
us.
yeah, they don't really care about us. There you go. Yeah, they don't. Right, and Tupac has a song called that too, I believe. Right, he said they don't give a fuck about us. Yeah. So yeah, I agree in those sentiments for sure. There's been so much madness in the last week. This guy hasn't even been president for a whole week yet, London. They're already doing some fuck shit. But that's how it is, right? You got to keep living.
Yeah.
Did you find your video? Shout out to LTW. That was fire. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. All they do, Crazy Mama's right, all they do care about is their pockets. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And now back to this creepiness, like with, reading energy. Like, have you ever been in the presence of someone who gives you the creeps? They may not even spoken a word. You just look at them, right? Did you unlock it, London?
Yeah, it's on the page still.
Okay, let me see. Let me refresh. Which one is it? The racist bunch? That way? Let me see. Is that one of his? The racist bunch, right? That's good. Oh my God. Now this is what the creepy. A dog probably would just go crazy if they saw this creature, right? They would know because dogs know, right? They use their intuition.
Hello, everyone here today. Hello, good to see you all. Thanks for tuning in. You're listening to El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
Shout out to LTW. This is London, man. The creepiness, creepy. Big sister.
Well, what's happening? Is it Welch's? Welch's grape soda?
No, they won't drink that because it's real. There's real grape juice in it.
It begs in the house.
Artificial only. Yeah, they only drink the artificial stuff. Sometimes they get so black that they get colored. They're almost purple. They're almost purple. They're almost purple.
Hello, baby boy.
The really dark ones?
Oh yeah.
I mean, dude, I have to say, dog, he's weirdo and like creepy. The creepiest. But is that true though? You've seen some people that look purple, right, London? Almost. Is he onto something?
Not with my own eyes. Like.
Maybe that's my imagination overlaying purple. Right? Well, he's at least in blue, London. Some of those folks from Central Africa, like Republic of the Congo and whatnot. Oh shit!
They're quite dark.
It's quite dark, yeah, but not purple, right?
No,
Okay. I'm trying to be objective here, my friend.
Yeah.
The super. Let's see here, just a second. Right here.
Don't have black
So dark. They're just so dark.
Yo, Ella, look how black.
Did you see what the crazy mama? Come on, dog. Crazy mama got purple. We talk about rest. Come on, dog. Shout out to the big rest on chest, dog. Where the hell has he been? He hasn't been up here since the interview. Come on, bro. Oh, I miss NBC, to be fair. Yeah, that was the last time. Holy shit. Yeah. What's up, Bex? This guy's really dark on here.
Yes, Ella.
Maybe they have purple nipples.
You serious, my brother?
Like maybe if they're so dark, their nipples are purple.
You serious, my brother?
Look at how black some of these people are. Can you believe this?
Yeah, so black.
Look at this. My goodness.
Well,
crazy, isn't it?
Why are they so black?
Holy fuck, you're black. Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Get up, dude. Get a vision of this.
Damn.
Oh my god.
He is going in the darkness void.
Come out.
Triple dark blackness.
Holy fucking dark.
Do they have black people this black in England?
Yes, a few Africans.
Blacker than night?
Yeah, I've seen one or two, but yeah, definitely black. I would say, the immigrants that are coming in.
You are my brother. What are you doing?
I'm not that black. Hold on.
You are black like me. We are black together. What kind of whatever? You are even darker than me.
You close to the screen. You fucking black still.
He said, nigga, you close to the screen.
You black as shit. We are the difference.
There's a difference. There's definitely a difference. This guy looks like a cappuccino compared to him.
You have to understand what's happening, right? Because all the behavior that's happening, it's from the young folk, the young-minded people.
Yes.
Adults as children. So you see what I'm trying to describe? You got adults.
Oh, I see.
You understand? All right.
Yeah. So you're saying that, like, yeah, this is a sophomoric thing, right? A young boy thing, yeah. Yeah. Damn, that's true, right? And he's almost trying to like intellectualize it. The queen, I mean the big sister, yeah.
What difference?
Oh, Alexander, this is London man's roast of Queen Stephen, the insanity machine. Well, it's using his own words, right? Of his own racist words, yeah. To hang himself.
That's it.
Colin.
Oh, okay. Hey, Manny, how's it going? A lot of geniuses are coming out of the woodwork today, just based on the title. The lurkers are coming out, everyone. Hey, Manny, how's it going?
Some of them are black out.
What?
Damn, nigga, black as shit.
Black bitches.
How do you go to school? Nigga said as soon as the light turns out, he goes away. He ain't even there anymore, bro.
Shine like jewels.
That's great. Nah, he's gone.
Now I'm back.
Lay low,
No, that's creepy as shit, bro.
The immigrants that we from Africa that are coming in.
Oh, the immigrants. I thought you said Indians. I was going to say there's no Indians that are close to this black event anywhere.
No.
Yeah, what's he talking about? What an idiot. That's an Indian right there. Right? Maybe a Davidian, as they say, London man.
Look at that one there.
Yeah.
Look at that one. Yeah.
He's from India. Kind of beautiful.
That are close to this black event anywhere.
No.
Look at how black they are. Oh, the immigrants from Africa. Because some of these are so black I can't see them unless their teeth are showing. Look at this one here. She's so black. If she didn't have her mouth open to show her teeth, I wouldn't be able to even hardly see there's a person there.
They're really black.
I don't think I've only seen a couple blacks this black in my life, like this super black.
Let's move and we go to the candy
See her?
store.
Yeah, I can see. Look how black she is.
Without the teeth showing, I wouldn't even be able to see her.
Oh, no, you won't, no.
Did you know that they made people this black, though? Did you? She looks like she was dipped in oil, this one here with the white dress on.
Oh, look, she looks disgusting. Horrible.
What is he talking about? This is the guy that that recently said he quit YouTube, right?
Which one?
Toilet Bowl Earth. You're about to show?
Oh shit, he quit.
Yeah, they said he quit 2 weeks ago.
I would like.
Hold on, we got. What's up, God? How's it going, bro?
What's up, bro? What's up, dude?
Good to see you, man.
I just had to hit the link real quick because I'm gonna go ahead and say that there's some CGI action going on there. That is way too much melanin for an Indian, bro. It's not even natural melanin. It's like alien melanin, bro.
Yeah, that's. I'm telling you, man. That's even dark for Cameroon or Congo. You know. This is wild. This Davidian person.
Crazy shit, bro. Crazy shit.
Yeah. Gotta look at. That's. Where was it? London. Let me see. Where is she? Oh my god. Oh my. Well, we'll go there later.
She looks like she was.
Fried rice.
Last month, the notorious paedophile Sidney Cook was blasted into space to spend the rest of his
Notorious paedophile.
That shit is crazy. That's crazy work.
Last month, the notorious paedophile Sidney Cook was blasted into space to spend the rest of his life aboard a one-man prison vessel.
One more time. One more time.
I would like 3 chicken wings with the fried rice.
Last month, the notorious paedophile Sidney.
They blast them off. They put them in an electric toothbrush and send them to bars.
Electric toothbrush. Wow.
This guy really plays with puppets.
Yeah, buddy.
That's Big Sister.
Big Sister.
That's what he looks like.
Mm-hmm.
God dang.
Bro, that's the craziest shit. Like you think they look a certain type of weird, but they'll always look even weirder than you think they're gonna look.
Exactly. You can't make this stuff up, God, man. Look at this, man. Look at this. Yeah. He's probably gonna stream this shit right now or whatever. Yeah.
Sidney Cook was blasted.
Good. Give us Give us some promotion.
Into space to spend the rest of his life aboard a one-man prison
The rest
vessel,
of his life.
posing no further threat to children on Earth. But it was revealed that an
London,
8-year-old
man.
boy was also...
Holy shit, they got Manny? Manny the sea dog?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That fucked up Caesar? What's up with him and his crew? They never sleep. Their eyes. It's like a raccoon.
That's it.
Shit.
Club.
placed on board by mistake and is now trapped alone in space with the...
Look at that nostril. One's bigger than the other. The hell's going on there?
I've heard that's like a drug. From what I've heard, that has a lot to do with drug use through a specific nasal. Yeah, that's from what I've heard. So like when you get a lot of deformation, a deformation on one side, it's from drug use. I could be wrong though.
Well, we'll take your word because you're clown though. Yeah. I mean, it is quite larger than the right one than the left, right? Yeah.
Spokesman said, "This is the one thing we didn't."
Measure who?
Zool. Remember that little
the Ghostbusters?
It was like a game, Zool.
Oh, the game, yeah. Right.
That's what it looks like, the Zool.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't want to happen.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
Yeah, that was good. Love it. Social weirdo experiment, London, man. I'll put it in the chat.
I had to look it up, bro. It's called a deviated septum. They said a deviated septum occurs when your nasal septum is significantly displaced to one side, making one nasal air passage smaller than the other. A typical symptom from a deviated septum is a significant amount of controlled substances through the nasal passage.
Fuck, man. That's all fucked up, bro.
Got him.
Yeah. So Bex with the comment. Thanks for that knowledge. Good knowledge, God. Bex with the comment. He has huge nostrils. Yeah. Maybe he can, but that's fucked up. He has huge nostrils, but he can't run fast. Do you think he would be able to like be better at like sports and whatnot? You know, because he can get more air to his brain. Look at that. That's a big nostril right there with that and that lion right there. That's a beast. That's a beast.
Yeah, that lion was doing all kinds of coke.
Check this out, guys. Look at this. This is what we were looking at. You're referring to this god, right? It says this, we African nation. This woman is from Dravidian, the ancient and earliest inhabitants of India. These are dark-skinned Indians that are looked down upon by fair-skinned Indians. The name Krishna originates from the Sanskrit word Krishna, which is primarily an adjective meaning black, dark blue.
Yeah,
this is the exact
Dravidian Indians. They're from the southern part of India. Yep.
Yeah,
and I always try to tell people, like, as someone who was born and raised here that has family from India, bro, I get so annoyed with the people talking about how America is so racist, and like you need to do a little research of India and the caste system and how that shit works. And that's one of NPC. That's one of the oldest cultures in the game. One of the oldest languages, Sanskrit. It's like the third oldest language in the world, the earliest language. You know, so it's like that shit is. If there's any racism in the world, it's over there, bro.
No, I wouldn't doubt if those Europeans from the 18 and then probably some Americans too in the 1800s and when they were promoting that eugenics and all that, and you know, and cranialism, like with the cranial and all that. I bet you they got a lot of their racist system from the caste system, like you said, because they had been doing it for thousands of years over there in India.
Yeah, dude, and you know, I don't like to get deep into that stuff, bro, but like even with all this Yahtzee stuff going on with Elon Musk and stuff, if you look at like the eugenics, you know, Margaret Sanger, eugenics, Planned Parenthood, you look at what like that dude, the Yahtzee dude from over there, I know we're not allowed to say that stuff, he literally said he accredited California for their research on eugenics. Like the shit California was doing to minorities in prisons, especially females, you can look this shit up. Around that time was insane. We gave him the Times New York Magazine of the Year, like Man of the Year award right? So we've all been locked in with these people, bro. Like Operation Paperclip, our moon landings and stuff, right? Like it's crazy. And even with the swastika, bro, like that symbol is used by so many ancient cultures, including the ancient, like you said, Krishna, which is the god deity. It's like the Messiah deity, right? The Messiah figure that shows up every cyclical era. But that's another topic. But like, bro, like I just wanted to bring that up because it's so important to this stuff. Like you got to understand, like these people out there, they look like idiots to us in the West. But if you connect the cultures and look at the good and the bad on both sides, it's pretty enlightening, in my opinion.
It is. There's a lot of overlap, right? I see a swastika right around the corner at the Buddhist monastery on my house. It's everywhere here too. We got a guest. We got one of the legends in the house.
It is.
31,000 feet with the great Vex. What's going on, Vex? Good to see you.
Hola.
Hola. I love that. Hola, chica.
¿Cómo están?
Bien, ¿y tú?
También bien, gracias.
Oh, good,
Adiós.
Good. Big sister is disgusting? Disgusting, no?
Oh, yeah. 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 Big sister.
Bex.
My baby.
Bex don't play. Bex come
Bex
to check
don't
him.
play. Yep,
Bex
she
don't
did.
play.
She has the mic in her hand right there, and then you know what?
Hey man, you know what they say? They playing chess. Beck's playing checkers. You know?
Oh, she's playing check. I thought it was the other way around.
No, that's the thing though. Lately on YouTube, there's been this like viral thing going on where if you're doing it right, you're playing checkers, not chess.
That's true, huh? You want to simplify things. I mean, I like that. I like that. No, Bex, because you're an intellectual. We have to say, isn't one of the purposes as an intellectual to take complex information and put it in simple terms as much as you can, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That gets lost out nowadays, I think, though, in the panelverse.
Yeah. Well, I know I'm one to be, long-winded or quite verbose. So I hope somewhere in there I sometimes put it in simple terms. But yes, definitely.
Yeah,
Some
good.
lessons take a while to learn.
They do. Well, like I was saying earlier, and this is to reset the broadcast, God spelled backwards. Human psychology versus dog psychology, Moon and Capricorn, raw diet, DMX. This is the dog episode. Shout out to all the dogs out there. My dog's in the chat, my dog's on the screen. And I see you have a dog back there, God. Huh? Is that your dog?
That's my dog. That's Athena. She's a black German Shepherd. Shout out to the real dogs too for just being so simplistic and loyal. Like all they want to do is chase a ball. They just want to go for a walk. Look at us humans. Look at how ungrateful we are. We get everything and we want more. We get everything and we want more, bro.
Right. Like I'm up here in the office in the studio, broadcasting with my friends, and the viewers, while these three downstairs are like wondering like where the hell is their poppy right here. They're like, where are they? Where is he? We got Trinity on the left, the big sister, the real big sister. She's 8. You got Junior in the middle. He's 4. Whopper Junior, that's his full name. And then you got Dreamy, aka Dreamy Talcott on the right. She's the baby of the of the pack, right? Yeah, all rescue dogs. Yeah.
Man, those are the best though, right? NPC. Like I got a bred dog, like I bought it from a breeder. But like the dogs you buy from a breeder have no idea how good they have it. They think they own the world. The rescue dogs, they appreciate it so much because they know what it's like to be in a cage, right? Like I love rescue dogs, bro. That's definitely gonna be my next adoption as a rescue dog.
Yeah, you know what? And I thought I would have never got a dog from a puppy mill or especially these Shibas because they're this Japanese dog in the middle because they're so popular. But it just happened. We rescued him. The puppy mill gave him up. He had a horrible skin condition. Looked like a lobster. Was missing fur. And we rescued him from the pet store. They had him over there, and we we do the raw diet. So he did the raw diet, and his fur looks like, they say, Coming to America, looks like velvet. It's velvet.
Dude, and it's crazy,
like
bro.
a
Like
show
when I
dog.
go back to visit like India, to see family and stuff. Like the last time I went was for my sister's wedding, and it's so crazy. Like the dogs out there, bro. They're like pack animals, because they're just all strays, and they'll be like, some of them are dead, starving. It's fucked up, just
Yeah.
like the people. But there's just so many people, and just like the dogs. But the dogs are so smart. Like some of them will like adopt a village. Like the dogs are adopting people out there. Like a stray dog will like go to a village, by the farms, and like where my family lives, the Sikh Punjabis, it's like the Washington of India, the most northwestern state, right by Pakistan, by the Himalayas. And so like these dogs, bro, they'll like pick the people they want to be around. And then like when the restaurants close, like a pack of them will pull up at the backside of the restaurant, and they won't be disrespectful and like try to get the food off the tables. Like the puppies will do that, and the older stray dogs will bark at them and bite them. And then they'll like teach the puppies to like go around the back when they close to give them the bones. It's fucking crazy.
Damn,
like they got their
they're
own
so smart.
society over there, bro. The dogs be going hard. But like they treat dogs like shit out there, but now they're starting to learn over there too. Like there's a spiritual belief that in the West there's many blessings for people because of how we look at treating these animals, and like you can look at animals however you want, like they're just meat for us to eat or whatever, or animals to herd sheep or protect. But like in the spiritual Asian world, like each animal has its own symbolic reference to your life, right? And the dog has like the dog's now like being understood as like, oh, the West is doing so good because they love dogs. Like my brother-in-law, bro, he was born and raised in India. And he straight up, he jokes about it all the time. Like we'll be driving, he'll see a dog hanging out the window with its tongue out. And he's like, shit, if reincarnation's real and I come back in the next life, I want to be in a rich white family and a dog, bro. They got it good. No job, no taxes, bro. They're just chilling.
Yeah, man. Yeah, a 5-bedroom mansion in the suburbs. Yeah, like I feel you. Good knowledge. My dogs are here. We live in a cool house. They get their meal. They get their love. They get their walks. It's doggy lotto. It's doggy lotto for them. Definitely. Bex, you have any dogs, or have you ever had any before?
Yeah, I grew up with dogs. Both sets of parents. My mom kept a bloodline alive, not breeding like for selling purposes, but they would have litters to create the successive line, and then sell the extra puppies. So yeah, I come from a line of dog, a line of dog people, I guess. I have a cat myself. I'm typically been a tenant, so you kind of have to choose here. If you find a pet friendly place, most places allow you to have one or the other, not both. So
I didn't have a dog till I got my first house, because I always wanted one, but I lived in apartments all the time before that, so I had a cat. But
And cats are a trip, right? Like cats are like roommates. NPC, you got to just pay for them. Like they don't roll over, they don't do tricks. Like I know some do.
One of these days, I will bring out the crazy cat tricks my cat does. She's very smart. She's very personable. She's like a dog. Like if I called her now, she'd come.
Really?
But I know it's rare, and she does a lot of
That's so
tricks.
cool. That's so cool. But Bex, would you agree that like most cats are just like mini tigers that just like, what's up, bro? You got to pay for me. Like this is how it is. I'm that cool. Like they don't. Dogs are so much more submissive and loyal in that regard.
And needier in many ways, like socially needier. Typically, they get their feelings hurt. Like they have.
They do.
I don't know that cats do so much. Even my cat, who's, pretty dog-like.
But cats have like a special. I'm sorry, Bex. Go ahead.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I was just saying, cats have like a special thing, right? Like with Egyptian culture, there's like a spiritual thing with cats. Like they're so different from dogs in the sense of like their connection to the other realm or the nether realm.
Look at their eyes.
Yeah.
It's like a reptile. Divine brought it up in the chat. They have that reptile slit eye. And I remember, like, I don't know if it's the Nation of Islam or some other cultures. Some people believe that some of these animals we have are combinations of other animals. And I remember just hearing somebody just lecture about, this dog is a combination of this and that, and this, and, the cat is this and that. And I was thinking about it, I'm like, wow, I can see those things because it makes sense. London was saying earlier about how this is like I'm paraphrasing London, but like a divine intelligence, right? What do they call that when God made everything? They call it divine.
Design,
design. Yeah,
intelligent design.
Intelligent design. There you go. And wouldn't it make sense if you're building something to use certain, for example, these creatures as prototypes to keep building on top of building on top of building until you got to human or something else, right? So, what animals do you guys see in cats, for example? Let's start there. If we just play with this narrative real quick. Get that.
Seeing cats.
Yeah.
Potentially ferret.
Okay.
Yeah, they're quite cat-like actually. Smart and playful, and
ferrets are very fast too, right?
Yeah.
I've seen online foxes are very cat-like, but it's online stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm picturing like a lemur-like animal. I'd have to go look and see. I can picture its face, but I can't. I don't know the name of the animal that I'm picturing.
Yeah, and then lemur is interesting because it's like a monkey.
Yeah.
And something else, yeah, monkey cat.
But my cat actually, that might be. I'll get when I do eventually do cat trick things. It just involves showing Olive me to show some of her tricks, and I'm not there yet, peeps.
Yeah.
More because I love the illusion that people think I'm gigantic than trying to prove to them I'm not.
It's a marathon, so don't worry about it. Not a sprint.
She has,
so whenever you're ready.
She thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that support. She doesn't have like this as slit like eyes. They are more roundish pupils.
Oh, like an anime cat.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, some of them do have that more of a rounded, huh?
And there are different types of cats once you get into looking at them. I had a friend, I'm a crazy cat lady by proxy. One time I had to go pick up my friend when I lived in this apartment, which is pretty big. But in order to get her out of the shitty situation she was in, I couldn't take her without rescuing her 9 cats, and she wouldn't get rid of any of them. So
9 cats.
I brought my friend and her 9 cats and her 20-year-old in 2020 into my house during quarantine. My bubble was small, but suddenly it got very big. And that makes you a crazy cat lady by proxy. Just that you'd be willing to do that. But yeah, what I noticed with her cats, she bred them. They were like Bengal and something else. She ended up having one of them breed with a tomcat, and it produced the largest like black cat I've ever seen. The cat was huge, like so big you'd want to steal it. He was just so domestic looking and so big at the same time. But her cats were of like climbing cat breed. They have very short whiskers, short hair. They're very sleek. They want to be up high. Like they'll go to the highest point in the room. My cat is a ground cat. She has very long whiskers. They almost touch the floor. She has a shorter tail. She has much thicker fur. She has no desire for heights. Like she's not a climber. She would if she had to save her life, but yeah. So it's interesting once you even start looking at species and their different, what they've adapted to, just like hunting dogs. You got your little Jack Russell to hunt small game out of little holes and stuff. You've got your bigger dogs to hunt bigger game.
Wait, they have to be tenacious and strong-willed, those terriers, because when they're in the tunnel, they're not getting direction from the owner, from the master, right? So they have to be able. That's why they're so strong-willed sometimes, because they have to be able to think on their own to get the job done.
That's why German Shepherds are. Yeah, that's why German Shepherds are such great like law enforcement dogs all around the world.
Yeah,
or military dogs, because they even Belgian Malinois, which are basically just cracked out German Shepherds that are lighter.
That's the one. I love those. Watching those.
Yeah, bro. Like, bro, they don't give a fudge. Like they go for. Some of those cops have a hard time getting the dog to let go once they get a hold of them.
Yeah, but their temperament is what? The German Shepherd, you're saying it's more. It listens to everything the owner says, or are they more strong-willed? sometimes.
I feel like so working line breeds, and I could be wrong on this, but I feel like working line breeds, whether it's pit bulls, whether it's working line shepherds, Belgian Malinois, you have to get their prey drive out through exercise, whether it's playing fetch or even training.
Yeah.
And if you don't do that, then it overwhelms their ability to want to listen and obey their master. So I think that's the biggest thing. Like a lot of these badass, like Delta Force dogs, their whole motivation is a ball. Like they go catch the bad guy, and it's because they know they're gonna get a ball at the end of it. And so that's kind of trippy, like what they want to do to please the master. But if the master doesn't know how to tame the beast, then you have a dog on your hands that's gonna bite the first thing it thinks is running.
Yeah, and then like I was talking about Winston, my shout out to this game. It's called Stray. It's amazing on PS5, PS4. You're a cat. It's very interesting. My dog Winston, my first dog, my wife had him before. He's the white dog right here from Formosan Mountain Dog. That's a Taiwanese mixed dog, and he was very strong-willed and sharp intelligence. And I literally had to break him down, right, to build him back up, as they say. However, what I didn't understand at first was he was shaping me in a sense, like I was taming my beast, because I had to learn patience and persistence.
Oh yeah, dude, dogs will teach you that, right? Like, how many movies have we seen about that? Like, what was the most recent one with Channing Tatum? I forgot. I really like that movie. I think it's just called Dog or something. But Channing Tatum, the fucking goofy dude from
the Magic Mike, and then
Magic Mike. All the girls go crazy over him. He was like a retired or inactive Marine or whatever, Army dude, and he had to bring his dead friend's dog to his funeral, and like his dead friend that died in like a war zone. And that movie's such a trip, because like what it basically teaches you is the dog's hella traumatized and freaked out too, but like the dog teaches the dude to learn about himself. And like towards the end of the movie, the dude's way more mature, and like his character arc is a lot more matured, because of the dog.
It definitely teaches you, right? This is the pets. That's what I was saying. Now, I mean, I'll overlie in the astrology, in the sense that the pet house is the seventh house, which is Virgo. And they're concerned a lot of times about getting better. That's the least lesson, getting better every day. And what better way to have a routine, seventh house, and getting better and better every day and improving than having a pet, right? Because you have to do certain things every day with the pet.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Even with the cat, you have to give it attention. You have to give it love. You got to clean the litter box. You got to, you got to play with it. Dogs, you have to take it for a walk. Now, people I see here in Taiwan, they walk the cat on a damn leash. I see people doing that, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, times are weird, bro. I see people like I live out here in LA, and I see people do it with their human children. I swear to God, bro.
Oh, the leash.
They
might need that sometimes. Some of these wild kids, man, but it does look funny.
Like, I don't get it though. Like, what? Like, are you just that distracted? Like, you can't just keep an eye on your kid? Are you that lazy that you can't just pick it up when it's running away? Like, I don't get it, bro.
It might be too. Like, they're just being realistic. They know that kid has a lot of. Now, if you believe in the hyperactivity and ADD and all that, that's one thing. But there are, especially some younger boys, that can't literally. It's hard for them to control themselves. And let's say you're in a department store with a whole bunch of glass and stuff. You may need to,
for sure.
literally ring them in, not necessarily walk them like that. It's a safety issue, huh?
Exactly. Yeah, it's a safety. Whatever works, right? And see, not to go off topic, just because you said out in Taiwan, you live out there. How did you feel about during COVID and the lockdowns? How did you feel about the chip? Like Xbox and PS5 and like Xbox Series X, like all these companies, even cars like Ford F-150. I remember they had to like trash over 100,000 trucks because they were just sitting there not being able to be sold because they were waiting on the chip, right? The manufacturing chip for the computing system of the car, and the chips never arrived, so they just trashed the vehicles. And a lot of car companies after that started saying, we're only going to make to buy, like we're only going to manufacture a vehicle once you've assured purchase, like put a down payment for it, right? And like, what do you think about that? Like, as far as you living out there, like a lot of us that never been to Taiwan or visited or lived there, like, is that like a real thing? Like, was that how what was going on during that time? Like, where were all the employees? Why were the manufacturing plants shut down? You know?
I don't necessarily think that. And first of all, I'll say this with the whole, I call it Conan 19, because I learned in a hard lesson last week that even mentioning the Conan 19 got me well, I was talking about the pokey things, right? I used the word V.
Yeah, that's
right?
how I lost my show.
I got a strike.
I lost my show, years ago.
I got a strike. So
Yeah,
we'll
dude.
just call it Conan 19, right? So
Right,
Conan
right.
19. Yeah. See, what happened was back home in America, Wilderness of North America and Canada, well, same thing, North America. You guys were going through the lockdowns and whatnot while it didn't hit here yet. Everything was fine. Maybe we had like 50 cases, and by the time then after 1 year, right? And after 1 year, no, 50 cases, 50 deaths. That's what it was allegedly. And then after that, they got the pokey pokes, and then they went up and up and up and up and up the deaths and stuff like that, right? But with that said, the factories were still open. It's just they weren't shipping them and stuff because people were still working, right? And
right.
Yeah. And not only that, but even with the whole, was it like the last couple of years, with the tariffs and all that type of stuff, even with that, like shit got locked down where my brother-in-law bought a car, like he bought an Audi, right? And they manufacture it in China, and he lives here in Taiwan with, and it took him a year to get his car because of all that BS and stuff. So I don't know, man. It's like, no, you're asking. I don't know. All I gotta say is we know we all know how important these microchips are, right? Semiconductors and stuff. And the way we know about it is like what you said, when you can't have any. This is why. Do you think that they're gonna start really? Do you think President Trump is gonna go out of his way to build factories and help build factories in America?
This is what I like genuinely believe. I think. I'm of the concept of like the Hegelian esoteric ideas, of Enochian magic and how the courts and like governments work. Obviously, you would classify me as a conspiracy theorist. So to ultimately, even though I voted for the man 3 times, to think he's going to be the savior of a system that's been prophesized to, cyclically occur the way it's been occur, right? Like it's going to devolve regardless. He may be delaying it. Do I think the manufacturing chips are going to come out here and actually shift the market? As an American and thinking about the economy here and people making money here and having solid jobs, yeah, that would be great. But realistically, I also understand that our corporatocracy sold out the marketable jobs at the time and exported them to these parts of the world, and now it's created a gap in the inflation market that I don't even understand how people would afford or be desired into, like, motivated into buying things like an iPhone or Nike shoes, or because the prices would be 5-10 times what they are now if it worked out the way people want it to. And also, I do want to apologize for bringing the conversation that way, because I used to have a show too, bro, and that's how I lost it. Like, I used to have really educated people on there, and they during the peak of all this, they were discussing this stuff, and I got strikes. I got 2 strikes in like 3 months, and I didn't care. To me, it was like a sign of, you're trying to, like, obviously I don't own this platform, but screw you. I'm going to go until the wheels fall off. And I might regret it. Like I've tried to appeal it. So like I still get told no. And I respect you guys for following the TOS, because at the end of the day, you got to be really careful with that stuff for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And also too, like, I mean, I have other channels that have way more subs and views than this channel. Maybe not as many views, because this channel has a shitload of views. Like, it's just about to hit 200,000 in like less than a year. But in terms of subs, I have bigger channels. It's just that this one is very close to being eligible for monetization. So I'm like, fuck it, bro. I'm not afraid to admit, man, if I'm spending my time, shit, I want to get paid. You know,
Well,
so I
that's the
can make
thing.
you
A
even
lot of you
better,
guys, what
content.
I've learned, right? Like what I've learned from losing my show, bro, and over time just checking back in, trying to support the channels that I fuck with. Like, you know, you've seen me on the different ones that I support and I
see
like.
Alexander. Right.
Yeah, you know, and like I might not
Bring you
join.
back.
I might not join back on those panels, like some panels, but I'll join back on some. But I'm always tuning in because at the end of the day, I support free speech. That's my biggest
we
passion for
appreciate
this,
it.
right? Yeah, dude,
We
and
really appreciate it.
I'll tell you straight up, most definitely. Like, there's no, you shouldn't even feel shame in it. Like, you got to have a business model. This is the world. And look, call me a conspiracy theorist, but let's just play my game right now, right? Let's just say we're in a Hegelian, esoteric, Enochian magic world. It's like Harry Potter. Let's say there's a Luciferian New World Order that's been in play for centuries, right? And in this world, if you don't play the game, you're gonna get put out of the game. So definitely you need to understand the blueprint. And if through that blueprint you can also, you know, not do 100% of enlightening, but 50% by making it 50-50 bullshit, 50-50, you know, I respect that. And that's why I still tune in with you guys, because at the end of the day, I understand that the difference between people like me and you guys is that I was ignorant enough to assume that, you know, things will change. And then you guys were like, hey, things aren't going to change. We need to figure out how to maneuver here. And actually, it's like what's that movie called based on the books? I've read the books and watched the movie. Hunger Games, right? You can't just come out and pull that shit out in front of everybody's face. That's how the sectors. That's why they got it into different sectors, right? They shut the sector down. You got to do it. You got to do it a certain way.
This is why I call this where I live, Taiwan, the real District 13. That's a shout out to the Hunger Games, because there is evidence and articles about how they were probably referring to Taiwan when they were talking about District 13, the one with the secret technology that everyone wanted, and it was at a very precarious spot. And shout out to, let me see, we got a legend in the back. Let's bring him up real quick. Let's bring him up. Yo, we were building with this man yesterday, man. It was hardcore. A lot of valuable practical wisdom, but also highly esoteric wisdom too. Let me bring up Alexander, man. What's going on, Alexander? Good to see you, bro.
Blessings,
Alexander the
everybody.
Ganja Shaman. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, salute.
Blessings.
Long time no see.
Yeah.
Alexander, nice to see you again.
Who's
what's going on?
Oh, that Bex, you know Alexander? All right.
That's Bex. Yeah. I'm Bex. We met over at Matt's mostly, but other places as well. I'm trying to think of where. But Matrix Man, karaoke.
Oh yeah, Matrix Man. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Alex.
Yeah.
I know Alex.
Oh, you know Alex? You know Alex too? All right, that's good. And I don't know if you met you met London Man, so that's good. About God is Good, bro. Have you met him?
We've talked in the chat
Alexander.
before. I think we've talked in the chat before, like in the past, but never on a panel, brother. Good to meet you. You know, Wagwan, man. I see the Rasta gang. You know, no Batty boys in the area. You feel me?
Oh damn. Okay. Are you from the Caribbean though? You from the Caribbean?
No, brother. I'm just well versed. I respect every human race, and I'm very well researched. You know, so I saw the Rasta beanie and you know the Ganja show, right? Like I picked up the vibes right away.
You can literally say you're from the East Indies and he's from the West Indies. There you go.
Yeah, I guess we're both
East
from
West.
the Indies under the colonial British, right? Under the colonials, right?
Yeah.
Oh yes. You can say that. Yes. This is called West Indies. Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Alexander, good to have you. Thanks for hitting the link. Appreciate you, man. So this build today is about gods, right? Dogs. See the Freudian slip. It's called God spelled backwards, right? Human psychology versus dog psychology. Can you? What comes to mind when you think of dogs? You know.
Loyalty. I think they're close to. I think they are very close to the man because this one blood type, I think, is the O negative that you can give dog to. Dog can also receive it. So it makes us very close to it, like energetically and our body self. So that's the only thing I know about dogs. I self don't have dogs.
Are you saying that they can take a human O blood as a transfusion? The dog can receive human blood?
Yes.
Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow. I think I have O blood myself. Yeah. So dogs, right? So do you have cats? Have you ever had cats before? So we're talking about
No.
cats as well. No.
No, no, I did never. Yeah, cats are mysterious. They're the only, how do you say, animal that has like the slit eye, and in the animal kingdom, the only one that's have it are the reptiles. So, and I don't know, they behave a bit like the reptiles, but they also have cat behavior. So they're like a mixture of them both. And they can see things that we cannot see. They can sense and see the spiritual world. Also dogs, but cats have a heightened sense.
Yeah, I've seen them just stare at the wall and they're like following something, and so they're definitely tracking something. They see something that we can't see.
For sure, yeah. I mean, it's ancient cultures, like I said earlier, have stated it, especially with cats. But on the topic of like canines, I know a lot of humans will, like, I've had debates with atheists about, like we've bred them to be that way. But I often point people to, the concept of like when we were cavemen, Cro-Magnon man, right? And
I see a Sasquatch one second.
We like had a connection with these wolves, right? These coyotes, wolves, whatever you want to call them, wild dogs. And it was through the fact that we had fire, we had warmth, we had shelter, and they could help us hunt. They were great at sniffing out the meat, the food. And so it created a bond between man and dog. That's why, the term man's best friend comes around. And I always say, like, English is the most influential language in the world. And if you take the word dog and reverse it, like English, in most educated countries in the world, you got to learn English. You understand English is kind of the fair trade of the world. And if you flip the word dog, it's God, right? And what animal in domesticated, developed worlds is the closest to us and is always watching us and protecting us? The dog.
It's the dog.
Right?
It's the dog. Good point.
Right?
Good point, bro. Good point.
Yeah.
I love that. Let me bring up a good friend who's my dog. I haven't seen. I mean, dog as in homie. Like, I don't own him, of course. He's a feral. He's a feral dog. In a sense, he'd be roaming on the YouTube streets. He hasn't been here for a minute, so let's bring him up. Our good friend, Caucasian Sasquatch, Curtis Mayfield.
Unfortunately, I don't have my usual svelte voice to work with here tonight. I'm just getting over a cold, so I kind of sound like the dude from Sling Blade, but it's okay. Homie, what's the
You want some French fried potatoes?
Fried fingers. Some people call it a Kaiser blade. I call it a sling blade, but it's okay, brother. Hold up. Now, you missed about 30,000 years of dog evolution.
Let's do it.
That dude.
Let's do it.
Oh, shit. Let's do it.
All right.
There we go, Sasquatch.
Check it out. You skipped from Stone Age man and the whole concept of like cultural evolution at its base, right? All the way to the
that's what you're for. Here for
the coyote / wolf dog.
Right.
Thing.
Yeah.
All right. So
yeah, I'm here for it.
Stick with me on this, because I've got two premises by which the dog comes into being. And I don't think it's either one. I think it's a mix of both. But one, we have fire, we have food, we are excellent hunters. All we need is somebody to watch our ass at night. We have surplus. When we hunt successfully. So when we leave a campsite, we leave food behind just sitting on the ground. Wolves are standoffish with humans. To this day, most wolves cannot be domesticated. About 30%, 40% of coyotes cannot be domesticated, but most wolves will not accept the domestication. All right. Let's back that up 30,000, 200,000 years. A group of wolves follows around a group of humans, and this happens 10 million times over the course of all of the Stone Age. So we're talking all of the Upper Paleolithic. We haven't even gotten into the Acheulean. We're talking We haven't even gotten into the Moostrian. We're talking full on Acheulean. This means that Denisovans, Neanderthals, these may have been involved in domesticating the wolf because they have very similar travel patterns to ours. Even though we eat more broadly, they traveled in a similar fashion. This would imply, and this is one of the two methods, that a group of wolves detached themselves from the larger branch of Canis lupus and followed us, slowly losing that inability to be tamed through interbreeding with other wolf packs that are following humans.
So they're sellouts.
They're
to the wolf.
Or maybe they had some magic mushrooms and had a conscience. I don't know.
Maybe they did. Yeah.
Idea number 2 is shown in the movie Alpha, where a specific wolf gave birth to puppies that were taken in by a specific tribe. And this tribe propagates forth all of the dogs we know to this day. Genetically speaking, we know that did not happen as it's portrayed, because genetics of modern dogs versus genetics of Native American dogs at the time of Columbus versus genetics of dogs in like China, Sri Lanka, and other things, the genetics we found implies a multious source of domesticated dogs, and this implies a multious method of domestication, in my opinion. Essentially, that some wolves, if you contextualize that next to a wolf pack, you find an almost identical hierarchy. And so it is very easy for us to assume the alpha status in a wolf pack, whereas it would be difficult for a wolf to assume alpha status in a human pack. But as far as the physical analogy of how we hunt, we scent, visual, and various tracking methods, right? From twigs to stuff. Well, wolves have.
Holy shit, man! That reminds me of the movie. That reminds me of the movie Homeward Bound, Sasquatch. You know Homeward Bound?
Yes,
Remember when the golden retriever's trying to tell Chance, the pit bull terrier, to not run and slow down because the prey keeps running off? That's crazy.
What I'm getting at is this.
So the reason why I didn't just say dog has a lot to do with the fact that I'm not going to talk about something I don't know. But you said you don't have to be a hunter to know, right? So what differentiates dogs from like cats and like, predatorial cats in hunting? Because don't they both kind of stalk and,
Cats don't hunt in packs, though. Right?
Oh yeah,
Some cats do. No, sir. Some cats do. It's a rare commodity in cats, but it does happen. You have lions. You have wild serval types in South America that also have something like a pride thing going on. What's up, Locksmith? Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you, Lock.
I would like to say hi to Alexander, but I can't say that stuff with my broken voice.
Alexander, the ganja shaman.
Ahimsa.
Yeah. Ganja shaman, yeah.
All right, wolves are not cool. They're absolute murderers. They will kill you. The only
this
reason
is why they were like, we were talking about this yesterday. I think Mel's like why they're able to it's a green light on them, right? Some of these territories in America where you can just kill them because
they're brutal,
very dangerous.
Bro, I live in California. Our national flag, our state flag, national is a verbose term. Our state flag is the bear, right? The California brown bear or whatever.
Correct.
And I talk to a lot of Californians here, who say like, you see a bear, you better fucking kill it or run or whatever, right? But then I talk to a lot of like, hippie type tree hugger Californians who are like, oh, that's all bullshit, man. All those bears that we murdered, they're actually very nice and you can be polite to them. And I'm like, are you sure about that? Like, I go into the Joe Rogan mode where I'm like, a bear will fuck you up,
Yeah.
Can you bring up the video on the bear guy, the guy who got really comfortable with bears and was eaten by a bear? You remember?
No way. No way.
Yeah. No. There's also some footage of something called a bear suit, which is where an idiot decided to make a suit that would make it safe for him to associate with bears, which is basically just man on a clamshell.
Oh my god. Okay. But here's a great topic considering what we're talking about. Lions, right? What about that dude? We've all seen him on the internet. He's like, the lions are loving him and hugging him because he's raised them. Like he's in the pack, he's in the herd, and he's even letting them lick the blood off his arm, and he's talking about how like he has to live with them to. What do you think about that? Is it the pack mentality that allows them not to kill him?
Yeah, Grizzly Man's the one I'm talking about.
That's his name. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Got you. 1 sec.
As far as the guy raising the cats, have you ever had a cat?
Just domesticated house cats like tabbies.
A domesticated house cat. Yes, sir. There's nothing domesticated about your house cats. House cats were domesticated totally differently from dogs.
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier. I think cats are like roommates we have to pay rent for. You don't own them, you know? I was saying that earlier. They're like miniature lions.
The way cats became domesticated is we started farming and we kept grain. Rats showed up, then cats showed up, and we didn't kick the cats out because they don't eat grain.
Holy shit.
The domestication process was totally different. That is why.
So they just made themselves a commodity that we required because of their presence.
Right. That's why barn cats exist. So I can go a step further with this. The difference between cats and dogs. When you walk in and you come home from work and you walk in and you look at a dog, the dog looks at you and says, he feeds me, rubs my belly, he keeps me warm, provides me water, he must be a god. The cat, when you walk in and look at the cat, cat looks at you and says, he feeds me, he keeps me warm, he gives me food, I must be a god.
Right.
Oh, shit. Okay, let's stop there. Okay,
I've got NPC. I've got that vibe from cats my whole life, bro.
Yeah, I have too. I think a lot of us have. Now I heard people say, maybe I don't know what their motivation was, but they like because of that reason, cats are smarter than dogs.
No.
That doesn't have any merit to it, right? You can't judge it.
Problem solving.
I don't know. That's a good question.
It's just your styles, right? It's just your style.
No. When it comes to problem solving, actually sussing out the solution to a problem, dogs beat cats hands down. They are willing to try new things, try different
Holy
stuff.
Shit. You see that? Sorry.
Yeah, he's just leaving with the camp.
So you're saying it's a strategy? They're
well, cats.
Say that again, please.
Cats are much more okay. Dogs are willing to try lots of different things. They'll bite it, chew it, flip it, toss it, kick it, push it over, push it up, push it down, pull on it. They'll do all kinds of stuff, just like we will. You give a 5-year-old a puzzle, they'll pull, jerk, poke, slide it, jerk it, shake it, chew on it, bite it, the whole nine. You give a cat a puzzle and he'll look at you like you're stupid and wait for you to solve it. What's up, El Perro? Aussie, Amanda.
So I was really curious with what I know we're watching the Grizzly Man right now, but I was really curious with what you said about they think they're gods because I brought it up earlier, like with the Egyptian culture and stuff. Do you think there's a connection with the creature of what we call the cat? It's obviously not domesticated since we just discussed it. Do you think there's a connection, like a nether realm connection, an other realm connection with this animal?
Sir,
okay, you do that, and then I hear Alexander's take after too.
Please.
And Bex.
If you can find me an animal that a white woman won't walk up and pet, I'll eat my hat. My point is...
I got you. Big sister, big sister, better known as Queen Steve. He's an animal, technically. I don't think a white woman wants to have anything to do with him.
You might be right on that one.
But go ahead. Besides that,
you get my point.
Yeah,
if you got a chick with a pumpkin spice latte petting it, it's probably domesticated.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear brother Ahizma.
Alexander, what do you think about that? Can you do the question again, God, please?
Well, the connection that cats have to the nether realm, the other realm, like, you know, in the sense that they think of themselves as gods when they become co-inhabitated with us, you know.
Okay. All right. Let's back up. All right. This is another one of those situations where if you look at it in piecemeal, it looks one way. But when you take the culture itself, like as a whole, it has a different appearance. Egyptians worshiped cats. Canaanites also had a really high place for cats. The Akkadians, I could go on. There's a bunch of those Middle Eastern / North African. They all revered cats to some extent or another, but the Egyptians were the only ones to lose a national war because the enemies painted their shields with cats and walked into the capital and took it.
Wow. Wow. That's
it
wild.
was illegal to strike the image of a cat because cats were gods.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Yeah. Your thoughts, Alexander, on cats and gods and Egyptians and the other side, all that?
Well, I know the Egyptian had the specific cat, Siamese. What I know, cats
Siamese,
were able to, they can detect energy as something off. If something, people were off on their energy, they can tell. And what I understand, they reported to the Pharaoh. So
hold
everybody,
on, Alexander. NPC, go into his mic settings and turn off echo cancellation, turn it back on, give it about 2 seconds between, and it should stop that choppiness that's happening. Sorry.
Okay, I got you. Thank you. Turn off echo, you said?
For a second and then turn it back on.
Okay.
Go ahead, Alexander. I'm sorry.
Turn it off.
no, just saying that.
Oh, you fixed it. Good job. I think. Go ahead, Alexander.
It's better now?
Oh, much better. Look at that Sasquatch. Come on, bro. Yeah, winner. Yeah.
It's because I'm the one, girl.
Oh, wait, before you do that, we got to bring up. I'm sorry, guys. We got to do this. A legend in his own right, and maybe in his mind only too. El Perro, what's going on? What's going on, Wizard? The Wizard one.
What's up, brothers?
Blessings.
Hi, Wiz.
Listen.
Oh, and sisters, yes. My apologies, sister.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
we were on this topic of dogs and stuff, and I had to come up and express what I see in the history of the record is that there was a time, in case you didn't know, that it was dogs that were the tree climbers, and it was cats that roamed around in packs like wolves. And now it's the cats that climb the trees and the dogs that roam around in packs.
I was going to bring that up.
That's a good fact.
I hadn't got to
That's
it
a good
yet.
fact.
No.
That's a good fact. That's awesome. Pause that for a second. We'll bookmark that.
Is he talking about?
Wait, hold on. One second. Because I cut off Alexander. What you were saying before.
Yeah.
If you can remember, I don't know. I'm sorry about that, bro.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
Siamese. You did something about Siamese, and then.
Yeah, he was saying the Egyptians used a Siamese cat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think the Siamese had a higher connection with the spiritual realm, and they can detect when people has attachment to them, and they use them to report them if somebody was off or planning something. So that's one of the reasons that they respected cats, because their ability with the spiritual realm. And I know there's higher beings of cats too that are very intelligent. I don't know where they come from. Are they from Lyra system? But you have also dog beings. You have ant beings. You have insectoids. So I came to conclusion that every single animal on this planet, there's a higher intelligent being form of it somewhere in this universe or another dimension. And this is just a primitive state of them that they need to experience. You know, same with the humans.
Earth is the beta playing ground. Earth is the beta playing ground.
The same for humans then too?
Yes.
Yo, that's crazy, bro.
Because you heard about the Hopi Indians when they were the ant people came up to the surface and guide them to the safe place. When before I think it was the the wave.
Yeah, I've heard of a lot of that stuff, man. Like the skinwalkers with the native tribes. You got the Naga and the Indian culture, the snake people. The Australian Aborigines speak of that too. Even David Icke from the Isle of Wight, the British guy, the reptilian conspiracy dude, right? Like this stuff is so deeply embedded in our what we call, in higher education, mythos, right? Mythos.
Yeah, no, I can tell you, David Icke is spot on with his information. Yes, because he went to Africa too. There was a guy from Africa that call him up to ask him. Yes, yes. Yeah, he also
he talked
agreed.
about, you know what's crazy about that? He talked about the Chitauri, which is an underground race of reptilian beings that have been here before mankind. That's what he claimed. And he stated that, and check this out. I was watching the Avengers, right? And Loki, Thor's little brother, the aliens that were helping him invade, all these white dudes that were making these comics back in the day, it was the Chitauri. It's like, you know, you hear about like these insiders, these people that are in Hollywood, or whether they're authors, whether it's the Lord of the Rings or even Harry Potter, they have these little, like, they put subliminal messages inside this stuff. And then you find it's like cultures from thousands of years ago. So are they fucking with us, or what is that? You know, the esoteric aspect.
Well, that's like what. Go ahead.
Just gonna take a second, but
El Perro first, then El Perro, then
go ahead. Remind me of boat people when you get to me. Tell me boat people. Boat people, okay. And I'll be right on topic.
Fresh off the boat, we got you. Go ahead, Perro. You were talking about climbing trees. About how the cats were the first to climb trees. Now it's the dogs that climb trees in Roman packs, or vice versa. Reverse that, yeah.
And this
like Willy Wonka.
And this goes to the roles that animals play in various different societies and ecosystems. And it's like Ahim just said, why did the wolf population in Minnesota not decline despite all of the hunting? And that's because the deer population was so abundant that they were able to efficiently feed and reproduce in that ecosystem, despite the fact that they were being hunted.
But why, please, dear God, El Perro, why was the deer population so proliferous that the wolves were able to reproduce even with the pressures of wolf hunting? Tell me that one, please.
Because even despite the fact that the deer population was also being hunted, the deer population in Minnesota is so well protected by their natural environment with all them lakes that you cannot possibly track them.
You cannot hunt them to a point of decimation. It is almost impossible. If you go out,
like I have family in Oregon and Washington, Perro, and there's so many deer out there, like that you couldn't kill them enough. Like deer are the #1 killer for auto traffic accidents.
Yes.
We don't even realize there's just so many deer out there. It's crazy, especially in the Northwest.
So, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not sure if NPC approves of this message, but I want to be clear. Hunting permits are necessary for culling an unmonitored population. Deer had hundreds of predators up until we came to North America. Now they don't. We are the only predator that culls their population, and we have a choice. We can choose to cull them in a way that makes them sicker, smaller, and less proliferous, or we can cull them in a way that saves the larger, more prestigious versions of them. And that is why we have tags.
And that's also why
NPC the game agrees with that statement, by the way.
And that's also why you don't have a lot of wolves down south in the southern area like Texas and stuff, as well as the deer population down there, even though it's sustained, isn't like the deer population in Iowa. In Iowa, we have full-grown deer. In Texas, the deer are like dogs. They're very small.
They're very numerous. They're so numerous that they don't have enough food for the herd. We've gone off topic a little bit, and I apologize. El Perro, I'll blame you. Thank you.
Yeah, but anyway, it goes down to the roles that different animals play in their society according to the ecostructures. So in a population that's abundant with wolves, people will do great, but it's not quite as well as if in a place where there aren't any wolves, because now they have to contend with the wolves, which is another prey of the prey they're after, such as deer and things like that. So it's a competition. And so when we
that
see
is what makes things improve is competition.
right, and not only just the competition, but the fact that, again, in those societal roles, if you have, like in that movie Alpha, where you've got a guy that's been separated from his group of people and a wolf that's been separated from his tribe, they can still work together in their natural societal makeup, like he was mentioning earlier. The man will be the alpha, but the wolf will never be the alpha to the man. So the man.
Here's the thing, Carol. I had to look this up, right? Because I was like, before I bring this up, I better see if there's actually wolves where my family comes from. And there is. There's an Indian wolf, and it's a subspecies of the gray wolf, and it ranges in the Southwest Asian continent.
Right.
But
the gray wolf is the great survivor of the Ice Age. They are the one wolf that survived across all continents that humans occupy. And I suspect it's because we carried them with us.
Yep.
That's a flex. God damn. Thank you, Sasquatch. But I was thinking of when you guys were talking about that in regards to wolves keeping the population of the deer down, like the tigers in India, especially the ones that became bloodthirsty, like from that period of 78 to 79 in Kolkata, where the couple, like it was a husband and wife of tigers.
That was crazy, dude.
Yeah, it was a husband and wife, and they killed over 1,360 Indians in that village from those 2 years. So
there
it's
was
like
100.
Like wolves aren't that aggressive towards us, surely, right?
There were 146 killed in like a 90-day period. It was crazy. They were just waxing people left and right. But when it comes to wolves, if you look into, there's a Japanese story about wolves that attacked the city.
Indian wolf right there.
More commonly, there are French tales from the late Middle Ages of wolves sieging cities in France. Go check those out. I've done a few shows on them, and this is where the legend and myths of the werewolf came from. This is following the Black Plague. There were bodies everywhere. There was food everywhere for wolves. And then an especially hard winter comes in, and suddenly wolves are at the doorsteps of Paris. There were wolves running through Paris, killing children. Think that shit through for a second.
Now,
we've heard of the werewolf in London.
So crazy.
For sure. But not the Paris.
Another thing that is super crazy, again, when it comes to the roles that we play as animals, think about the wolf packs. Wolf packs average anywhere from 6 to 12 per pack.
Right.
Hardly have you ever heard of them any larger than 20.
No.
In the entirety of history. Now, as man gathers in groups bigger than 20, they become more successful. So let me ask you, what do you think about a wolf pack that attains 400 members?
Oh my God!
Look it up.
Like there's a lot of drama.
Look it up. They found one in Russia. Look it up.
Russia's another place where, like the late Middle Ages, there were a whole bunch of sieges of cities. Full complemented cities with guards and cannons and guns and swords and freaking kingsmen and the whole nine. And they had to shut the gates before dark because if they didn't, wolves would come in and take people.
Holy shit, Peril.
Super packs.
Sasquatch.
Did you look it up?
Yeah, Peril wasn't fucking right. So the Guinness Book of World Records actually recorded the world's largest wolf pack. It was called the Super Pack, which consisted of 400 wolves in 2011. And this is how they figured it out, Sasquatch, because they were hunting livestock and killing them in the Yakutia region of Russia. And it was 400 fucking wolves, bro.
Right. Listen, that pack, and I've done a show on that particular pack, and I've done a show on the medieval growing of like super packs. Those were not that was not the first super pack in recorded history. Super packs have been a thing anytime humans fall below a certain population threreshold and don't kill wolves show up, fill the gap.
And
right?
there's no more
Right.
competition. Yep.
Okay, so you have an especially cold winter. Everybody goes inside, and the wolf hunts don't take place that winter. The following winter, you have a super pack, regular as clockwork. But that particular super pack was doing something unusual as far as our observations are concerned. They were hunting entire herds. We are talking about ranches that have decimated wolves for centuries. They don't have wolf problems because they know how to deal with them. These packs showed up, hopped the fence, took cows, and left. Took them with them. They showed up and decimated the herd animals that these people were hurting. People who are professionals at dealing with wolves, think that through for a second.
Yeah, it truly is a game of numbers, folks.
Here's the thing.
You know, while you guys are talking about this, what I'm thinking is the whole time, what my brain's doing is, and I might just be a crazy guy. What I'm thinking is, what makes these animals so special that they're able to create such a family-oriented society, right? And is this the connection that we have with them?
They don't technically have a society. They
Well,
have
yeah, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's family or it's pack-oriented. What's it like? What in human civilization? What have we determined today in 2025? Family doesn't necessarily have to be blood. It's who's in your pack, who's been there for you, right?
I have mind children. I firmly believe in the mind child aspect. I have one child that I fathered, and I adopted both of her siblings. Those children are more like me than they are like any of their birth family.
In obversity, I've got like 22 moms and dads.
Dude,
Right.
I
Well,
think
no,
look, I think the wolf who was in charge of these super packs, all of them, it's like Messiah level Christ consciousness for a dog, for a canine, right? Like, I mean, you're talking about a wolf that can convince that many animals to be a part of his pack. Like, if that's not religion or spiritualism, which is what we're struggling with today in
it's
humanity,
fear, sir. It's
dude,
fear.
what you're telling me fucks with me though, because God should instill fear. And that's the biggest question for God, right? I always say God is real, God is good. That's what everyone calls me now, because everyone's like, oh, God is real, it's God. But God should instill fear, dude. And it's like, that's the biggest question. Where's God? Why isn't God here? God's not real. God can't be real.
Sir,
Dude.
if God, listen, hold on. If God showed up tomorrow and told you, hey, he's literally floating in the sky outside your window. Big bearded guy, looks kind of like me, has
Like
the
you,
like shit, right? Like the whole nine. He gives you the whole nine, shows up and says, hey, Ordo, you've been living life wrong. You've misinterpreted my word.
Of course.
I want you to go forth and tell the world the right word. And then he tells you, do you do it?
This is my argument. I say yes.
I'm
And
not
the reason why that is,
do.
hold on real quick, Sasquatch. The reason why that is, brother, I say yes. The reason why that is because I call it the parental theory. When you leave your kids at home to be responsible of the home when you have to leave for the weekend, they most likely throw a party, they trash the house, expect you not to catch them, right? But when you are at home, the child behaves accordingly. So I genuinely believe the great test is to convince us that he might not be real. It might not be real, whatever the creator is. And therefore, our actions are far more credible, whether they're negative or positive.
I would disbelieve a man in the sky much quicker than I disbelieve a voice in my head. Let me explain. The voice in my head may be my own idea. That may be inspired by God. But a picture of an old white guy in the fucking sky is so goddamn generic, there's no way I'm buying that shit for nothing. I'm sorry. You're not going to be able to sell me that. You're not.
Well, and think
isn't
about
that the argument
too.
for the bicarial mind? About, this is how the ego was formed, because the early humanoid thought it was maybe a king or a god king, and his voice, when in fact it was his own consciousness. Trying to protect him.
The eye of me.
Well, it's what he just said. You listen to yourself and you see your own imagination. Think about, okay, I'm going to put a word before you. And I'm going to put the word dictionary before you. Now, I want you to put that in your mind and read it. You see it. You can imagine it in your mind. That is your imagination, and it is working through your vision, yet you don't have the word dictionary before you to read it, to see it, but still you see it. Now, spell it to yourself in your mind without saying it. You will still hear yourself spelling it.
Pero, that is too big of a chunk of meat. I know what you're trying to say, but you got to cut it up a little bit better, bro.
Well, speaking of big pieces of meat, we're gonna bring somebody up real quick. Hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
Speaking of big pieces of meat. This guy was breaking it down yesterday on hunting. Shout out to Uncle Fatty in the house. What's going on, bro?
See, I ain't never had shit but my stripes.
What's up, Uncle Fatty?
Did I just hear this right? That the Lord God was just compared to a dog?
Yeah.
Only the spelling.
Spelled backwards.
Spelled backwards.
Goodness gracious.
It's honestly, I think it's my brainwashed perspective, but I always encourage people to look up Sikhs, right? There's probably a Sikh temple near you somewhere, especially in America or Canada.
Everywhere.
We're very well endowed in your guys' countries because we get on with you guys. We're good people, right? Where self-sacrifice is our main goal. Self-sacrifice. If you can die for somebody, even though you dying would have been fuck all to your future, so what? God's happy with it. Now, we may be crazy, but I say, when you look at Christ consciousness, most Sikhs don't live this life. They're all most religious people are hypocrites. I'm willing to say that first as a religious person.
Hey, good night, Alexander.
When you look at the Sikh model, it's literally you live to be a warrior, you train to be a warrior, and you protect people. Anytime people need protection, you're there. You're the front line, right? And that's what I see God as. I see God as chaos. I see God as like just me here talking to you guys and the voice going through your technology and we're connecting. I'm like, how am I going to sit here and assume this is all just coincidence and there's not something greater behind it?
Uncle Fatty.
Well, from this point on, my God is now a wolf in charge of 400 other wolves.
All right. So the analogy I was making was less. I've heard that too, bro. It was less an analogy of wolves having a god unless that god was man. Because in every case, even your least intellectual man is largely more intelligent than your most intelligent wolf. When it comes down to it, the man ends up in charge, deciding what prey to hunt, when to hunt, and how to hunt it. The how is largely derived from the fact that we are both, what do they call it when you run them down? There's a specific type of hunting where you follow the prey. And when we take Ordo, you and I can go out with 5 dogs trained to do this, and we can hunt down a deer at a slow walk because the dogs will run that deer in circles until it gets tired enough that we can walk up, stab it in the side with a knife. And you can train dogs to do this, and it's not even that difficult.
That's wild.
Now, am I crazy for thinking what you just said?
Good.
Am I crazy for thinking what he just said, MPC, is a black hole consuming a solar system?
Good.
Like, am I crazy? Because like it's at the common, like at the mainstream level, it's a human training dogs to hunt a deer. But I'm thinking it's like energy taking over energy.
No.
Eventually, you're going to get sucked in.
I'm sorry.
I could say eventually you're going to get sucked in. Is that the metaphor you're looking for? It's the slow game.
It's not humans training a dog to hunt a deer. It's a human learning to hunt a deer with a dog.
Right.
These are different. The conceptual origin from which my son recently purchased a puppy. He then got evicted from his apartment and cannot keep the puppy. So naturally I end up with a puppy. Right. I saw this coming. I knew it was going to happen. And so I purchased a few things, got prepared to have a puppy. Poof, a puppy shows up. Now I'm training a puppy. I have trained police dogs, search and rescue dogs. I've trained tracking dogs, coon dogs. I've trained most of the types of dogs that can be trained for hunting or usefulness. I've never done Caucasian shepherds, but I have trained German shepherds to shepherd sheep. So when this happens, I go into like this grind set of, I don't want a shitty dog in 6 months. I want a well-mannered, well-trained, useful animal in 6 months.
Hey, I'm not trying to plug flow state, but when you're in that flow state, connecting with those canines, is that not an indescribable feeling? Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Flow state doesn't have dogs. He's never had a dog.
No, I'm talking about the term. I'm talking about the term flow state. The flow state, right?
So
right?
Put him on flow state.
Like
He's
you're
a
in
friend
a
of the
flow
show.
state in that moment when you're connecting with those animals.
It's a funny thing, man. It's hard to explain. Dogs do things. Okay, so when it comes to training a dog to do something, you don't go and pick a dog and then train it, right? You go and you watch the dogs and you watch what they do, and then you pick the dogs that do the things you want to train them to do, and you train them to do that better. And so if you're breeding, say, beagles, right? Beagles are useful for search and rescue, body recovery, living person recovery. They're good for drug enforcement. They're good for all kinds of stuff, right? But what they're not good for is like specifically chasing down an animal. So you would not train a beagle to chase deer.
Or bear.
Or bear, for that matter. Now, if you had 10 of them, you could train the 10 of them to hunt bear, right? Yeah. Because their legs.
But that's not by physically dominating them. That's by like surrounding them and distracting them so you can come in and kill them.
They were physically dominated before they were ever born.
Hold on, Sasquatch. 10 beagles couldn't take out a bear if there wasn't a human with a gun nearby.
2 chihuahuas can kill a bear.
What does that look like?
Hold on. Hold on.
I mean, really,
Hold on. What kind of bear? Well, no, any. I'm willing to vouch for any bear would annihilate those 2 chihuahuas.
We'll say the biggest, blackest bear there is.
I've got it. I've got a big damn bear sipping sarsaparilla in the moonlight. 2 chihuahuas.
Not a bear from San Francisco, though, right?
That one too. Here's how. Here's
what's
why.
his name and how long is his beard?
The chihuahua.
No, Sasquatch, you're tripping, bro. A whole lot of physics don't make sense,
Sasquatch, go ahead.
It doesn't have to, because the physics are carried basically, in your opinion, because you're a Sikh, you would say that the physics are carried in the spirit and can't be observed in the natural world. Here's how.
But how are 2 chihuahuas going to penetrate the vein of a bear?
Go ahead.
Like the hide. I played Red Dead Redemption 2. That bear takes forever to skin. No,
I killed one with a knife, bro. Don't fuck with me. I played Red Dead Redemption as well. I killed a bear with a knife because I was bored. Don't mess with me. Listen,
Uncle Fatty's brother was attacked by one recently.
2 chihuahuas. One chihuahua barks at the bear from in front. The other chihuahua barks at the bear from behind. The bear is too big and slow to actually kill the chihuahuas. The chihuahuas have the ability to harass the bear until the chihuahuas are tired. One chihuahua goes off and rests for a minute. The other one harasses the bear. The bear runs and runs and runs and runs and runs and runs, and the chihuahuas just keep fucking with it.
Sasquatch, that sounds like going to Las Vegas and playing on a slot and hoping to win. If the chihuahuas just happen to be under the bear when it trips and falls, they're dead.
What if
are we talking about?
What if I told you that
the bear could just
let him
swipe
land,
once and the chihuahua goes flying? Sorry.
2 terriers, bull terriers, slightly larger than chihuahuas, were utilized specifically to hunt bears, because 2 terriers, about 10 pounds heavier than a Chihuahua, were capable of harassing a bear to the extent that a person with a sword could eventually go in and stab the bear. 2 Chihuahuas can do the same thing because you don't
but
have
that's what I said. If there's not a human
but they can't
nearby,
kill it though. Somebody else would have to kill it. You're saying
no, but that's what I'm saying.
bear
That's what I
died.
said. NPC. That's what I said. If there's not a human nearby to finish off the bear, the fuck are these Chihuahuas gonna do? They can't penetrate the
bear
hide or the skin.
Dies of exhaustion, sir.
Oh
Bear does not die because the Chihuahua took it out.
Sasquatch. The bear could pass out, and these Chihuahuas would spend 3 hours chewing on his hide, and nothing would happen.
Eyes, bro. Eyeballs exist. Nose exists. When bears,
you're right. You're
eyes are
right.
gone,
They could go for the eyes.
the bear will not allow that to happen until it reaches a point of
God.
exhaustion where it
brutal.
collapses and the Chihuahuas fucking kill it, bro. It can be done. Spits, specifically the spits, were utilized to hunt bears across Europe because they were small enough to get into the caves and large enough not to be killed by the bear in a single swipe.
I cannot believe you are convincing me Chihuahuas could outdo a bear when it comes down
I'm about
to
to make a clip of that shit. That's pretty good.
2, not 1.
Huh?
1 Chihuahua will die. 1
2.
Chihuahua will get
Yeah, that's why I said Chihuahuas.
Chihuahuas.
Yeah.
3 will completely eradicate a bear. 3 can take out a cougar.
Okay, with all that said, let me bring it back. Let me bring it back to the
NPC. You need
what's
to
up?
clip that and send it to Joe Rogan, bro. We're gonna have a Sasquatch versus Joe Rogan debate.
As long
Maybe I'm
as he
so deep
credits
in
me.
that,
for
I'm
that,
juicy.
Yeah.
You ever seen a cat play guitar?
No, sir. It's like John McCain. No, sir. Yeah.
I got a guitar playing
God.
kitty cat.
Okay. Yeah, we can see
You
that.
can call me
But,
Sasquatch, sure. I don't mind.
Let's see
Nah, I
this.
fuck with, dude.
Let me ask you guys this. Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Let's go quick. Hold that thought for a second, brother. When you're talking about training, the dogs to do, picking a specific dog to see what it does good, so you can make it, train it to do even better at that specific job. Now, can we overlay any of the dog trainings with human training or
Yes.
child rearing?
It goes both ways.
Can you
It goes
talk about some of
both
those
ways.
things?
It goes
Yeah.
both ways. All right.
Give me some examples, please.
Dogs raise their pups in a very similar fashion to the way humans raise their children.
Mm-hmm.
When a puppy is born, it has no defenses against the outside world. So a dominant matriarch has to stick around in order to protect the puppies, right? This is in a wild dog environment. This is no humans involved. This is wolves, coyotes, name your canid, foxes, whatever. When dogs do this, they even wild dogs, modern wild dogs, or painted wild dogs from Africa, take your pick. When this happens, they have a dominant matriarch that stays with the pack with a number of females, but not all. Most of the females go with the males to hunt. They go out and hunt, and they don't actually spend time with the pups. So whether the pup is the alpha pups or the beta or 3rd, 4th, 5th, wherever they are, they're all raised by the same matriarch, largely. When the pack comes back and they're done hunting and the feeding starts, a bit of a picking order comes up. That happens. But all of the puppies eat before the adults, and the alpha ensures this. The alpha ensures this by eating before the puppies show up. This is important. They can't drag back a 75-pound, 100-pound, 200-pound freaking bear. They're hunting something small enough that a single wolf can drag back. And as such, that means the entire pack doesn't get to eat on any given meal, which means the puppies get to eat at every meal.
I just want to make a point to the traditional cultures of human beings in that regard. Growing up, if the father didn't eat first in our household, nobody ate. So father started eating first, everybody starts to eat after. And the mother ate after the kids even.
Exactly. Or sometimes not at all, because definitely her food was cold.
This is exactly the reason why I say dogs became dogs. Cats became cats. Dogs and cats are not interchangeable. These are not a thing that you can, they're apples and freaking pheasants. They're not even associatable. I have the question of why it is that old world animals were domesticated across the board, but new world animals largely weren't, with a couple of exceptions, but not many. Llamas, dogs, of course, but they were domesticated before they came here, probably.
Well, llamas are in the Middle East. I guarantee you, if we had llamas in Europe or the West,
They've been doing their
Hold
sexual
on,
deeds
sir.
for a long.
Hold on, sir.
You know, llamas would have rights out here.
Llamas are South American, bro. They were brought to the Middle East later.
Were they really?
Yes. Promise
Holy
you.
shit,
They
Sasquatch.
are derived
I've
from
been
the
educated so much tonight on animals. I love it.
They are derived from the cameloids, yes, but they were derived before the split of the cameloids from the camels.
Wow. So what's the difference between an alpaca and a camel?
Okay, wait, no, sir. You have to say llama in between those two. An alpaca is a highly derived llama. A llama is a severely derived camel. Okay, so camels, all right, camels, horses, and a handful of other herd animals developed in the Americas like way back, and then spread out to the rest of the world. Llamas never left.
Holy shit. I was just in Coeur d'Alene. You know what's crazy? I was like, ooh, Coeur d'Alene. I was there with my wife. I was like, ooh, Coeur d'Alene is so beautiful. There's so many rich people. The lakes, ooh, Coeur d'Alene. I went to a Walmart and I was like, I love Coeur d'Alene. It's so pretty. He's like, actually, it's Coeur d'Alene. I'm like, what the fuck, bro?
Well,
fucking Idaho people, bro. Hey, Idaho
not
also has the
trapped.
biggest gun militia, bro. Idaho has the most guns in the country.
Sir, I'm in Georgia, and I'll take the Pepsi challenge on that one any day of the week.
Yeah,
Google says otherwise.
I don't care. We have a church where you're not permitted to enter without an AR-15 or AK-47. You simply cannot attend service. No,
All
sir.
I know is Sasquatch. All I know is, according to the NRA, Idaho has the most purchase of guns than anywhere else in the country.
Your curry does not count as a personal defense weapon in that church.
Dude, you got to go to Idaho. It's just mountains and lakes, and they're all fucking gun-toting cowboys.
I thought it was just
Uncle Fatty. Uncle Fatty, don't they have the most skinheads too? Idaho.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Not in Coeur d'Alene.
Minnesota. No, he's right. Minnesota and Idaho are neck and neck on skinheads and neo-Nazis. It's amazing.
Well, I have family in Seattle, so we went to vacation in Coeur d'Alene. They got a big resort there. Very sweet people, very kind people. I didn't get those vibes at all. But you could tell they all had guns. Like, people don't fuck around over there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ordo,
Uncle Fatty, what you showed us?
Hey.
Definitely fucked up.
Ordo, hit me up in my email. It's
Wolfpack
Caucasiansasquatch@gmail.com. Hit me up. I want to talk to you off the whole thing. You know?
Okay, so what, he was just showing us all the wolf sightings or the wolf populations. What the fuck was that?
The first plants went into Yellowstone right down in here.
Right.
And within 5 years, they'd basically encompass this. This is what is this map from?
This is very telling. That map. Can you make that map bigger? That one.
Then
this tells some genetic stories that you can't. Damn it! All right, the other map. Hold on.
So from down here, I'm up here, and we've got basically from here north, we've got 30 certified. Over 8 is a certified documented pack. And when we get a tag, when we get our sportsman package, it comes with a wolf tag, and you have six slots where you can take 6 wolves in.
Fatty, are they more aggressive than cougars? Like if you're on a trail with a dog?
Well,
depends on when you see them and what's going on, though. Too, a lot of times we'll glass them like across a ridge.
Well, see, here's the thing: if the cougar has cubs and you don't know it, that cougar is going to be extremely aggressive.
Yeah,
and if the wolves have much nearby, those wolves will be extremely aggressive.
For the most part, cats are going to try to avoid you up here for the most part. There's a lot of logging and shit going on. They're trying to stay away from all the noise. But they make the weirdest sounds at night. That's for sure.
Oh my
Crying
God.
like a baby.
Oh my
Screaming
God,
like
dude.
chickens and like just scream. They'll call out like here, and shit like that.
It's worse than that, dude. Locally, we have cougars and bobcats. These are most of the cats that we have breeding out in the woods. Sound like women freaking screaming. The bobcats sound like babies. So much so that I know people who have been drawn out into the woods looking for the baby. And I'm like, there is no baby. You're fixing to have your face eaten. Get back inside.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's like a duck collar. They have a baby collar. Those bobcats.
The thing is, the only benefit here is that the cats are not doing this to draw you in for attacking. They are breeding. This has no bearing on hunting, right?
All right.
So, like, you hear this, you go out there and you find them breeding, and you get attacked because there's 2 cougars local.
Right. I'm from Northern California. We have mountain lions.
Right, well, cougars,
Saber-tailed.
mountain lions, pumas, you name it. Yeah, panthers, you get it. I grew up on a road called Panther Branch. The reason it was called Panther Branch is because 17 cougars were trapped in the valley that makes this particular crossover, right? They're there, dude. They're freaking there. And I grew up my whole life having to deal with them. They're there.
They've definitely been hit by the wolves too. The cat's been pushed out of here. Pretty much.
I don't know, man, dude. I don't know if it's like the inner Indian in me, bro. And I look, I'm willing to admit I'd probably get slaughtered and killed by these animals. But like, there's like a certain animal whisperer in me, bro. Like, if I pulled up on a wolf in the trails and it was just me and the wolf, I feel like I would get on. I feel like I would get on my knees and just make eye contact with the wolf and be like, "Yo, you trying to kill me, bro?"
Yes, you feel.
Like, you know, I'll be like, I put my head down. You know what you got to do when you put your head down and you like in a fetal position. I get in a fetal position, bro.
But
I get in a fetal position, bro.
Yeah.
And what's the hey? Let me ask you guys this: what's the wolf gonna do if I get into a fetal position? Is it gonna eat me alive, bro?
You eat your soft part first.
Oh, come on, dude.
Listen.
You're telling me it's not gonna sniff me and piss on me and make it a part of its food, bro?
I am the alpha predator in my realm.
2 years ago, my buddy Bob Lagassa got attacked by a grizzly when he was hunting in for elk hunting early season.
Is that him?
Hunting. Yeah.
Okay. Is he okay? Did he live?
No, he's gone. He's gone. He'll never be the same again.
Still alive.
Don't lie to him, fatty. He'll never be the same again.
Damn.
No, he won't, dude. He's I mean, he's okay, but like he finally went back. It was 3 years ago, and he went back this fall and did a hunt and got his bear and his deer.
Okay.
And
wow.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, dude. That's like that's the thing. You know, we're all predators, and when we're out hunting like this.
But we're different.
Imagine that.
His survival story raised thousands of opinions and questions.
Yeah, man, he got mauled pretty good, dude. Like,
do you remember the remnant? The remnant, right? That was
Remnant.
That was fiction. I mean, Remnant. Excuse me. I mean, that was a fictional movie per se.
Well,
But
it was actually based on. It was based on a real guy and his story.
Well, this is what I want to say. Let me land, please. For a second.
Sorry.
I'm going to say, okay, it's based on a true story, but I'm saying what we were watching wasn't an actual bear attack. However, it was very disturbing and very primal and just intense. Those scenes when Leonardo was getting
bears are crazy, man. Our tree stands and stuff. We'll do baiting in the fall. We can use bait, and we'll go to the local hostess place or the donut shops and stuff and get all the leftover sweets and the old cookies and candy bars and shit from the dollar stores.
Man. Like, let's be real. Are bears gonna act like that every time unless it's a mama bear with cubs?
They ain't trying to find out, man.
They will chase you up trees, man. They will or they'll just sit there and look at you.
All right.
No. Like MPC just said. Like MPC just said in that movie scene, Leonardo was acting dead as fuck, and the bear kept fucking annihilating him, coming back and fucking him up even more.
No.
So what I'm saying is, in the real world, why do we hear if it's a mama bear around her cubs, you better fucking run? Like, do all bears do that, or is it a specific circumstance?
All right,
I mean,
so
moose
I've
will do the same
encountered
thing.
four.
They'll do the same
I've
thing.
encountered
It's
4 black bears in my swamp, and all 4 times I encountered the black bear noticed me. As soon as they noticed me, they fucked off. They were like, "Oh, people, I'm gone." However, that being said, there was one time I encountered a black bear, and it stood its ground, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird. I should probably do something other than just wander through here," right? So I backed off and wandered around, and of course, you know, it had a couple of cubs.
Oh, that makes sense. There you go.
So reading your environment is very necessary. I grew up
situational awareness.
Right.
Hold on a second. I grew up in 284 acres of untraced swamp. I'm talking virgin timber, never been cut. I used to call myself, my friends used to call me Christopher Robin because my backyard was a literal wildlife. Like,
Hey, we got
swamp.
Joe Cool in the background.
Hey, Joe. What's up, baby?
100-acre wolves. I got you, Joe Cool. Let me.
And
is it a rather blustery day in 100-acre wood?
284 acres of swamp timber.
Joe,
No,
watching
in
these
Georgia,
LOEs, you ain't know it. You ain't
in
know it.
Georgia, we find black bears.
Hey, Joe, we gotta hit him with the.
Racist
When we see the
thing.
cops, we gotta hit him with the. We got the cops.
Dapping it, huh?
Yeah, no, it's not a racist thing. It's just that black bears are here in Georgia. So I encountered black bears.
Did you lose your sense of
4
humor
of them at
since
least.
I've been gone,
Yes.
motherfucker?
No, I'm a little bit inebriated. I've been drinking a little bit tonight. You can hear my voice isn't normal, and it hurts when I talk. And so I started drinking earlier so that I could talk.
Sasquatch. Last time I seen you on panel was at that flow state Mel analysis, and your voice was almost dead. And that was like a week ago, huh?
It was
So you've been hibernating?
Well, I mean, I've had a few people get mad at me because I produce for several different shows, and I'm supposed to be there to kind of be backstage and, you know, manage shit and stuff. And I've been sick as hell, bro. Like, it's been bad. They're mad at me. They're mad because I'm like, nah, dude, I can't do it. I'm gonna take a nap.
So, Joe Cool, I'm glad you're feeling better though. You're healing up. Joe Cool, bro. What's your OG? What's your take on dogs? I mean, have you had dogs? Do you like dogs?
I love
Are you a cat
dogs.
person?
I love dogs.
Okay.
I'm a cat. I love cats too, but we got 1, 2. We got 4 dogs here.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I love dogs.
Right, okay, so let me ask you this: in the apocalypse, do you eat your neighbor or your dog?
That's easy.
That's not
bro,
easy.
we've been talking
No,
about
it's
hunting,
easy.
bro.
Easy.
Bullet to the head, Joe.
Normally, I would say the dog. However, if it's a shitty neighbor,
I hate my neighbor.
Now is
Hold on. Let me explain the logic and pragmatism of this question.
The shitty neighbor is the shitty neighbor is the one you save your ammunition on and let the dog do his job, and then you both share in the meal.
Before we get into the topic of cannibalism, MPC, you had asked me to hold my thought, and I just wanted to say I went to the Bigfoot shop on the Highway 1, right, in Northern California, and I think the Sasquatch is real. I think the thick evergreens, you know, there's no telling what's in those trees. You feel me? Oh my God. I would never eat a dog, a person. I'd rather commit suicide. Hey, look, when I'm at the pearly gates, if the Catholics are true, I'm going to be like, yo, listen, hey, straight up, God, I did the suicide.
Hold on, sir.
Oh my God.
You supposed to eat another person, eat another dog? Oh, hell no.
Your dog can help you find more neighbors. Your neighbor will only eat your dog.
Your
fuck it. Damn. Are you asking me to murder my dog now? Now you're asking me to murder my dog. Sasquatch, you're a motherfucker.
No, I got to fuck.
Hey, this is why Bill O'Reilly. Hey, this is why Bill O'Reilly was so popular. Because the motherfuckers who want to ask questions like that. That's a gotcha question, man. You asking gotcha
no spin zone.
You did not hear the answer. Listen to the actual answer and you'll change your tune. Your neighbor will just eat your dog, but your dog can help you find more neighbors to eat.
No, I don't like that. Listen, my dog can't help me
surviving
build.
the game.
My dog can't help me build an irrigation system, and you know the things that I'm really gonna need. My dog just can't do it. I love him to death.
I know, brother. I know. I'm just saying. When the shit hits the fan, and it gets
you like tree bark or something.
Now, if he's a shitty neighbor just fucking up my irrigation system and sucking up all the water, then me and the dog might be having lunch, yo.
I hear you. Hear me out, bro. Hear me out. I provide.
Motherfuckers are crazy, bro.
No, this is why I love Joe. Joe don't take nothing for granted. He's like, wait, let me think on it.
He might
Seriously.
have to go, bro. The neighbor might have to go.
Bro. I'm not saying you, and I'm not saying NBC, but like Ordo over there, he might be a problem.
Oh shit!
No, fuck all that.
That was good though.
Fuck all that. You guys are crazy.
We brothers. We good.
Dude, at the end of the day, if I was in a predicament like that, and it's fucked up because the question you asked is very Bill O'Reilly, but it's like, yeah, I'd probably murder my dog and kill myself because that's a fucked up scenario. As a society, especially in the United States of America,
why you gotta kill yourself?
If we have to start thinking about
why'd you have to off yourself in that thing? You could just
because brother Joe,
yourself too.
Brother Joe, if we thinking about my neighbor's gonna eat me or my dog if I kill myself and my dog's still alive in my house.
Sir.
Oh, brother Joe, that's some brother Joe. That's some you pulling up at the police
You
station.
want to be there,
hey, brother Joe, that's you pulling up at the police station catching a motherfucking sleeping type shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that, bro. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that, Joe. We ain't doing that.
Absolutely.
Me and you, Ordo.
The neighbors are Mormons and they got
this point.
full of food.
Do not come for my dog because you will end up being on the Barbie. Don't do that. Don't do that.
If I was your neighbor, Sasquatch, if I was your neighbor in that situation, I'd ask you for advice. I'd be like, what are we doing,
come
bro?
to me and
He's
be
gonna
like,
eat you.
hey, I'm
You gotta
hungry.
stay away from him, bro.
No,
He's
no.
gonna eat you.
No, totally
Speaking of
different.
eating people,
No,
have
I
you guys
hear
heard of
you.
this guy? Have you guys heard of this guy, David Ray Parker? He's the toy box killer in Utah.
Yes,
he used his well, he had a special relationship with his German shepherds. He said he used he used soundproof methods in a semi-trailer, which he called the toy box, and equipped it with items used for sexual torture. He would kidnap about 4 to 5 women a year, holding them captive for around 2 to 3 months. During the period, he would have sexually abused his victims and often tortured them with surgical instruments, sometimes inviting his friend's wife or even his male dog to rape the victim.
Okay, but NPC, then everything we've talked about tonight. NPC, then everything we've talked. Hold up, real quick. Everything we've talked about tonight would have been the biggest troll ever. Would have been the biggest troll ever.
Yeah, I know.
Because Hitler had dogs. Hitler had a German Shepherd named Heidi, right?
Okay.
And you have your opinions
But
about
his dogs didn't rape people.
Look. Here's the thing, though, bro. If you're gonna sit here and say dogs are willing to be trained and protective enough to be evil and rape, then we've lost the whole point tonight.
Well, it's not evil. I'm sure. I mean, the dog's mind is not evil, right?
Hey, that guy you were just talking about, there's something really scary about him. He used to have an audio tape. He did it so often. He had an audio tape. When the girls woke up, he drug them.
Yes, sir.
When they woke up, he had an audio tape. They wouldn't let you hear the real tape, but they have someone else reading it.
No,
it
I
is
was about to show it,
yo.
Joe.
He
goes Heidi, bitch. Like she's
That's
waking up
how
from being a.
No, it's horrible.
There is a book. There is an internationally famous book called Dope Fiend. Dope Fiend is based off of a dope dealer out of Chicago and this dude's stories. The dude you just that guy. Yes. Yeah. It's an amalgamation of a guy that this author interviewed out of Chicago who sold dope back in like the late 80s and whatnot. And this dude's stories are amalgamated in this book in a way that that is terrible. It's horrible.
Oh,
It's
I
heinous.
gotta read that shit.
No
Listen to this,
purposes
guys. For a little
only.
sample.
This is a re-recording of the audio
So no,
tape.
no, this is a real. This is like Joe was saying. This is just a. It's a somebody else reading it, right? And this is what the women would be drugged, and when they wake up, they're spread eagle, their legs are tied down, and they're on a gynecologist examination chair. And this is what they hear. This is the first thing they hear.
That the toy box killers, David Parker Ray and Cindy Hindi, would play for their victims. It contains vile language and mature topics, including detailed talks of sexual assault and bestiality. We do not recommend listening to this if you are under the age of 18, a victim of assault, or easily triggered or offended.
Hello there, bitch. Are you comfortable right now? I doubt it. Wrists and ankles chained, gagged, probably blindfolded. You are disoriented and scared too, I would imagine. Perfectly normal under the circumstances. For a little while at least, you need to get your shit together and listen to this tape. It is very relevant to your situation. I'm going to tell you in detail why you have been kidnapped, what's going to happen to you, and how long you'll be here. I don't know the details of your capture because this tape is being created. You're going to be kept chained in a variety of different positions, usually with your legs or knees forced wide open. Your pussy and asshole are going to get a real workout, especially your asshole, because I'm into animal sex. Also, both of those holes are going to be subjected to a lot of use with some rather large dildos, among other things. And it goes without saying that there's going to be a lot of oral sex. On numerous occasions, you're going to be forced to suck cock and eat pussy until your jaws ache and your tongue is sore.
Okay, that's enough.
You know what that gets me thinking about though, because this is the way my brain works, bro. Now you got me fucked up. Now tonight you got me fucked up, brother NPC.
Oh no,
you got me fucked up tonight, brother NPC. Because now the way my brain works, I'm a very practical, logical, pragmatic person, right? I'm very pragmatic. I'm very pragmatic. So hold on. Let me get this. Let me land the plane now. 15 more seconds at the most. Umanclaw, Washington, a dude from Britain that looked like Sasquatch flew right over to Umanclaw, Washington, landed in Seattle, drove over to Umanclaw, got fucked to death by a horse, right? Then you hear about these girls that are lonely. Then you hear about these girls that are lonely with their Great Danes. Now you got me thinking all kinds of shit, motherfucker.
That's you. That says more about you than it does about the channel.
I know a guy died. I didn't know his
because
name.
Was there not a video of incest crime with dogs?
There's probably a bunch of them.
There's probably a lot, yeah.
Sir,
did NPC just not present a video crime of bestiality?
You are off base. You are completely off base.
Oh God!
It's true crime.
Sir, science is a thing, and you cannot have incest with animals. That's not how that works.
Sir, I'm not the one that stated the video is available for people to see. I'm the one that's stating the law has been created to prosecute people on behest of liberal areas.
Like balls deep.
So you got states like Alabama and Oklahoma where you can fuck your dog all day. It's good.
Alabama.
You can fuck your goat.
I know my accent.
You can fuck your bear. Yeah. You can fuck your dog. Do what you want.
Alabama.
Atlanta, Alabama, they both have A's, Sasquatch.
No, but see, what I'm trying to tell you motherfuckers is, in the world of higher education, if we were sitting at a college dorm room, I'm starting to think very differently about animals now.
I don't care how you feel about animals. In Alabama, they give a son
Nah, NPC. It's all Satan.
We're down to
animals
six.
Are
we're down to 6 viewers right now.
I'm sorry, dude. That's my problem. Fuck.
Well, I should have said a trigger warning. Sorry, thank you, Uncle Fatty.
That's your fault, bro. You steered us into that.
I know,
mine, bro.
I got that Scorpio energy. I had to bring it up. Man.
You cannot put that on the Indian boy in here.
I'm not putting it on anybody, bro.
Hold up.
I'm the one that brought him up. Yeah.
Hold on.
No, I didn't see Uncle Fatty's beautiful tribute in the back. I would have probably done it if I would have saw that before.
NPC.
Bro, you remind me of this dude
Yeah,
I met named Benzo a long time ago in the YTBC.
I'm not that guy. Was it
We
Benzo
take
Hell?
him sometimes.
Benzo Hell?
I don't know. He was hella cool though, but he was in the YTBC for a little bit. His name was Benzo.
I
Oh, no,
say,
no,
I
that's
said, you
not
remind me of that
Benzo
guy from
Hell.
American Pie, Bear.
Me?
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy work.
Who?
That's crazy work.
Who?
God is real.
Yes, he is. But my question is, who the fuck reminds you of Bear? Is it me?
No.
Good.
What were you gonna say?
That's safer.
I was thinking more like Booger from Revenge of the Nerds.
Oh, Jesus.
Come over
God,
there.
you know what I think of you as? I think of you as the guy in the Goonies going, "Hey, you guys," and it's not Josh Brolin, Patty. Hey, you guys.
Everyone's supposed to be scared.
Sasquatch, you know what I think of you as? I think of you as that Bigfoot statue I drive by every time I'm on the Highway 1. NPC, you know what I think of you as? I think of you as that PCP'd out motherfucker who's running around getting tased 11 times and still seems to keep running. Hey, Joe, cool. You cool, though. You cool, though.
I know.
Pero, you cool, too. Although, Pero, I got to have a conversation about everybody on YouTube. I got to have a conversation about everybody in YouTube about the sovereign citizen thing. Because we all got to go to court together. We all got to go to court together, bro. We got to fly out to a court case where somebody's actually dealing with something, and we can help that person. Pero, you speak of the devil, and he shows up.
Fuck that motherfucker.
Or no, I want to have that sovereign citizen conversation with you, but I don't want you. You know, I want you to remain calm because
And
you
Joe,
seem
that's
a little
the
easily
thing, Joe.
excitable.
You're probably the only guy I'd be willing to have that conversation with. I've looked at everybody else. You know, I'm not going to mention names that are.
What about that guy? Power inherent to the people.
I looked at him too.
He presents it better than anyone. Him and I can't think of the other guy. Radio, high frequency radio. They present better.
Yeah,
than
I've looked at high frequency too. Joe, you got to understand. I practice law, right? I'm a criminal defense attorney. I specialize in domestic violence and DUI. Right, so I work in courts every day. And
his status went up.
Through the short time,
no,
I've
his
worked in
status
court,
went down. Are you insane? He works in the courts every day. He's a lunatic, and we'll get to that.
I'm talking about in my mind.
The short time that I've worked in the jurisprudence fields, I have seen a select amount of individuals who've tried to interpret the law in their own realm of reality.
I'm less interested in
let me just tell you this respectfully.
I don't really care about how they interpret it. I watch
every time that goes down, they're either held in contempt. No, but when you're cutting me off, you're proving my point. Let me just finish this out. Every time they attempt to do this, Brother Joe, and I look up Brother Joe, I look up to you, man. I look up to elders. I look up to people who are older than me and have lived longer.
I'd rather hear your viewpoint.
No, but
I
listen,
opened this
I'm telling you my experience.
And I asked you to be patient because I figured you talk all over me and do that. I wanted to talk about something very specific. I didn't want you to yet. I want to give you my question, and then you fucking answer the point. My question is, what is your opinion on the legalities of what they're saying?
My humble opinion as a minority that completely understands like I explained earlier, the Luciferian New World Order that we exist in, is that these things should philosophically apply. But through my professional experience, I've yet to see anybody not
asking that. You're about to go.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish.
I'm not interested in that.
People keep getting held in contempt, man. Why do you guys get so pressed when I tell y'all they get
I'm just
in
one
jail?
guy. I don't know about guys. And again, the only
everybody I talk to, Joe. Everybody I talk to in regards to
if it's usually everyone you talk to, then it's probably you that's the problem, not everyone else, right? That's what
no.
would tell you.
Okay. So if I go to a mental asylum and I talk to everybody about how they're the son of God, but they're really in a mental asylum, am I the problem?
Joe, may I, please?
Please.
Ordo, I've noticed an interesting thing between people who utilize earbuds versus people who don't. People who don't seem to think that everyone talks over them, when the reality of it is you're delayed a hair by StreamYard. Earbuds help a lot because it lets you hear it
Dude,
before.
I got 2 iPads and 2 Samsung tablets. I use them for court work. And this is what I mean. This is what I mean. It'll be a darn day in hell. No offense to you guys. I love free speech. I used to have a show, but it'll be a darn day in hell when I get a headset back up, a mic back up, a whole computer set up back up where I'm streaming 4 hours a day. Because at the end of the day, YouTube owns this shit. They'll shut me down the moment I start talking about the truth. It's called the 3-strike system, just like the
that has
system.
nothing to do with what
I'm trying to explain to you guys is how are we going to discuss the spiritual all the time? But when it becomes the court, you got the magic card in your hand that I've never seen, and I work in the court.
Okay, and then let me ask you, if you work in the court, how do you know that it doesn't have enforcement? When you have 11 cases that you failed to appear, and to this day, numbers of decades later, they still have no warrants.
Okay, were those municipal cases? Were they federal cases? Like, Pero, I've watched you for a while. You guys are very smart. What I'm saying is we should all, I'm willing to fund this operation. Let's all go to a single courthouse where we can find one example.
You can't
one
answer
person
a
who's going
question,
through
can
this.
you, bro? You just go off on a diatribe. You didn't even try to sincerely
No, he
answer
went
his
off on a
question.
diatribe.
Let me finish.
Okay, in the
That's
world
what
of
I'm
law,
saying.
in the world of law, if you say 11 cases, you need to explain if they're municipal, if they're federal. You need to explain if they're
Every last
family
one
court,
of
if they're criminal court.
Every last
11
one of them.
cases, bro. Let's break it down.
I found a gorilla
Let's
in
start
my
with
shower
case number
yesterday.
1. What's case number
Silverback
1?
gorilla. Silverback gorilla in my
And
shower.
let me pull out my notepad because I got the access. I can look the case up in the country. If it's a U.S. If it's a U.S. case, I can look it up right now. So what's case number 1, Mr.
Chill, everyone, chill. Hold on.
On, guys.
Hey, wait, stop, please, respectfully.
Oh, okay. All right, my bad.
If
Not
we
looking for
can't do
cases
it,
anymore?
let people ask if we're going to do the question thing for a minute and get back on track. If you want to ask a question, let them finish, land their plane, and then you answer. Please stay on topic. So, Joe, first of all, what was your question again? Just real quick.
My question. I wanted his opinion on the legalities involved. Just your opinion. If you're familiar with them, and the way you were talking about the court, I assumed that you were. But they go something like you have a right to travel, the same way you have a right to walk. And there have been laws made and cut out in the Constitution. If you're doing commerce, you're fucking up the public roads. Therefore, you're a driver and you owe money. And the regular person, though, shall not be touched. That seems clear in a lot of different cases. What is your opinion on the legalities? Please, I don't mean to be rude.
My opinion on the legality, I've already explained.
You done? Hold on, you done? Okay,
I was gonna
thank
say
you.
I don't mean
Thanks
to
for
be
being
rude,
patient.
but please stick
Now,
to
NPC,
your
can I
opinion.
go uninterrupted, or is this what's going to happen?
Oh yeah, as long as you answer his question respectfully.
I've
I appreciate it.
respectfully been trying to, but
Go
here
ahead.
on the
Let's go.
internet, I tend to find people who live in a life of delusion, and the internet seems to support
We don't
that delusion.
need. Okay, I get that. Let's keep the ad homs or whatever.
So I've already
Yeah,
explained. I've already explained the philosophical addendum of what he's saying. I think
What's
it
your
works out
opinion?
great on the moral
The question
construct,
is,
right?
what is your opinion?
What is your
Oh my
opinion?
God. NPC, I'm trying to answer you guys. So the answer I'm giving you just doesn't work out unless I submit to what you guys are saying must be true.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Philosophically, what you guys are saying is great, because to say the criminal justice system is incorruptible is bullshit. Someone who's been practicing in it, someone who studied for it most of his higher education, understands there's many flaws and there's many corruptions. I'm the first person to tell you here. But you guys are sitting here and pretending like the gangs who run Compton or whatever else, the mob, La Cosa Nostra. Is that interruption?
Let him finish.
Is that interruption I'm hearing? Is that interruption?
We'll give you a minute. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Crazy work. Boys, that's crazy work, boys. That's crazy work, boys. You people are pretending like these very jurisdictional mafias don't control.
I guess we can't answer the question.
All right, so since they won't let me answer the question, because my question is unanswerable according to them, unless I say, hey, I can walk into court and say whatever the fuck I want.
That's good enough. I just want to hear the question.
Even though I broke the law in the place I
live. You're being
live.
attacked or whatever by everyone.
No, I don't think I'm being attacked, bro. I've been doing this for a while. I used to have open panels. NPC, I had 400,000 subscribers.
You know,
on Flow State's panel,
I don't deny that. I heard you say that.
bro, on Flow State's
flex.
panel, some goofy
Chill,
came on
bro.
from years ago and exposed my Instagram subs and all that shit.
No.
Right? So listen, I've been talking to people like this all day. My shit got banned because I wasn't willing to go, hey, follow the
We
TOS.
don't
I was
care.
willing to
I
talk
get it.
to
You're a
people.
star. I get
No,
it.
no,
I
no,
don't mean
fuck
that
all that.
sweet.
I'm
literally
a bald,
I
fat
can.
Indian boy. What are you talking
Oh
about?
God, I'm trying to
What
give
are
you
you talking
flowers.
about?
You keep talking.
What are you talking about? I'm a star. Fuck you mean? If I was a star, I'd be talking to you. Come
Buy
on, humble yourself.
If you were a
Humble
star, you
yourself,
wouldn't be
dog.
talking to me.
Have some
Dog.
earbuds. Get earbuds.
Dog, I've
Get
literally
earbuds.
tried
Get
to
earbuds.
say like I respect the fact that you have 400 subs. This is
400.
crazy, bro. I mean 400,000. Excuse me. That's what I meant, bro. Because I gotta speed talk because you keep talking over everyone, right? So this is why
Man, that's crazy.
I'm literally trying to keep it
I
copacetic. I don't run the
respectfully
fuck shit.
asked you.
Hold on, bro. I don't run the fuck shit on here. I respectfully, that's cool that you know. I'm saying you had fucking you're running shit. That's all I'm saying.
Fuck that. I'm telling you, I got 3 strikes. I get it. I asked you respectfully.
Well, can you answer the question, though?
Can I answer the question?
There's
And you
no
guys didn't even let me go
respect
25
for what
seconds.
you're doing.
Listen. If the answer is not what you want to hear, regardless of the answer, just listen to the answer.
I don't need.
You're interrupting my answer,
Joe Clo.
and then you have the nerve to say I'm not letting you guys talk.
Yes, it's disrespectful.
Let's do this.
Not to answer my question before you go on that long ass rant.
I'm the motherfucker with the nerve. I'm
You
that
say,
dude
yes,
with the nerve.
I do
I'm that
think it's
1 in
legal.
10,000. Listen, I am perfectly willing
Dude, that's
to
a little
sit here.
narcissistic, brother. No,
I don't care. No, you don't understand. I don't give a shit. I have no cares to give. The reason I say this is specifically because you need to hear it, because you have this swelled impetus in your brain that makes you think you're more important than the people around you, when in reality, we are the people that are subscribed to you. If we don't do this, it doesn't exist. You're nothing. It's us. It's Joe. It's NBC. It's every one of us. And if you're the one, you're the guy, if you're that personality that makes everything happen, you're the narcissist, sir.
bro, come on. Okay. First and foremost, here's another example of why you guys don't want to listen. I don't have a show anymore. There's no subscribers. The whole point I support you guys with your small channels is because I support free speech. So, sir, I have nothing to gain from taking up your fucking channel's times. You can boot me, block me. It's end of day.
Dude, it's
you
not
know
even that
why you
serious.
let
I'm
me
not gonna
on
block
here
you.
and let me stick around in the chat, sir. So everything you just said makes no sense. Again, let's stop talking about how I think I'm important and just get back to this idea of the law, jurisprudence, the Latin term that's discussed in the court of law in this United States of America. When I try to explain to you guys that we can just go to one courthouse with one member of this great community of we know the law better than the lawyers. I'm sorry, I'm being serious here. We can go to this courthouse and try to keep that person from being held in contempt of court, because I'm telling you, in a city of over 5 million people in a county 55 miles wide, in the Twin Towers, where people are jailed every day, Monday through Sunday, and people like me in the criminal defense field work our asses off to fight prosecutors, would love to use your arguments. Would love to use your arguments and get people scot-free off the motor vehicle codes, driving without a license, getting into a wreck and killing a granny with her children in the back. Okay, buddy, let's go to court and do it. I'm the stupid, bald, sand N-word, Caucasian Sasquatch, that had family show up less than 50 years ago, that's trying to explain to you guys, I went to the University of Washington, I went to the University of California, Los Angeles Schools of Law, and I learned how the courts work. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I am all they're freaking out. They're spurging.
Bro, you can't. Wait, Sasquatch. Oh shit. I didn't hear you saying those words, so
I am not. That is not a thing. My daughter's Afghani.
Can I get a couple minutes?
Like Fred, but listen.
And can I get a couple minutes to
go ahead, Wizard?
And I gotta put me backstage because the argument is stumped simply. I'm willing to fund the court case hearing.
Can you just yield when I watch everyone else's? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm quiet too, bro. I was muted up for 30 minutes at a time.
I appreciate you. Thank you. 30 minutes, not by me. Go ahead.
No, I was personally, and now you guys are sitting here saying I won't let you talk. What? When the matter of the law was brought up, and I wanted to stump your stupid arguments.
So instead
Anyway,
of
go
stumping
ahead.
my argument, you interrupted me and deflected to 11 cases. I've got 94 cases, buddy. I beat child custody twice, child support, traffic citation. I just
What was the
recently had
case number? Can I look it up? I'm a lawyer. I have access to the cases.
Would you
Up to
shut
25
the
years
fuck
ago.
up? Would you
11
shut
to
the fuck
94.
up?
NPC, he can't
Would
give
you
me one
shut
case
the fuck
number.
up and
But
give
it's his turn
another
to talk.
man-
He hasn't talked in a minute. Let him talk, then you can talk.
Okay.
That's
Will he
good.
come up
Thank
with
you.
a case number at the end so I can look it up, bro?
Shut
up.
Nigga,
Let
you
him
didn't
finish
answer
his
my
shit.
question. Don't make demands.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
All right, Mr. 94, let's go.
Shut the fuck up, and you'll find out. I not only have the record right in front of me, I'm willing to pull all my records up online and share
Lord.
them right here.
Okay, I got the court website up that allows a bar associated lawyer to look at the cases. Can you give me one of those 94 cases so I can be on page with you? Who was it versus the people? Can you bring up one case that you helped defeat through sovereign law?
No, I'm talking about my cases. I'm not.
Yes, sir. I'm asking. Do you understand in the United States as a lawyer, there's a case law record and I can look it up? Every case has a number. Give me one case number out of your 94 so we can be on the same page. And Joe, I respect you because you call out cops. We're talking about case law now, dog. So hold up. There's no disrespect here. I'm talking about the truth. God. We're talking about God. So case law number. Give me one out of the 94, Mr. Perro. If you got one, I can look up the case. I can see who was the accused victim. I can see who was the prosecutor. I can see the judge for the case if it's up to 25 years ago or earlier. One case number, sir. You said you have the records.
Are you done?
Oh my God. Yes, sir. I'm done. Waiting for the evidence so I can help.
Shut the fuck up.
All right. Okay. Shutting the fuck up.
So, when you want reference to those 94 cases, I've got screen share ready so you can look them up, and we'll all look at them. You ignorant fuck.
Let's look at them.
To search.
Iowa courts. All right. We got one location. All right.
Case search. Notice, folks, it says last/firm name. So there is, in fact, a substitution that you do not know about, which means it is an unconscionable act.
Okay, that's not answering the question, which I've been accused of doing, but can we look up the case? Okay, Little Keith. Keith Little, that's the case number. Keith Little versus the people. Let me look it up too. Let me look it up too on my end.
No, you'll see 94
Keith Little
cases
versus
here,
the people, Iowa.
You'll see.
Let's see what we got here. 01071 AGCR 128 360 1223 2004. Okay, so the most recent case was 2016 AGCR. I got that pulled up here. I'm just telling you, sir, as an attorney, I have it pulled up right here on my phone too.
I don't care.
Oh, you don't
I don't care.
Okay. Just for the record, you'd probably be held in contempt for talking like that in court. All right, let's go.
Right.
Yes, sir.
My last case I went to, where they tried to hold me in trial, I cussed and swore at them all through the trial.
Why are you guys being held to go to trial all the time? What's going on?
Understand what's going on before you and shut the fuck up.
I got the case numbers up, sir. AGR 15845. 15845, excuse me.
You keep interrupting when you have no reason to.
Yeah, excuse me real quick. Perro and God. Hold on. Go ahead. What were you saying, Sasquatch?
So the issue is that El Perro has all of this stuff that you're asking for, and he'll tell you the numbers that you want for specific cases when you get to that case, but you're just basically babbling into the microphone so that you can't hear what people say.
Not true, because I've just let you talk. I have the case numbers up. I'm waiting for him to pull up the non-guilty or guilty plea or no context plea. I have it up here right now, and to respect you guys,
that matters.
Oh, none of it matters. So you don't want to know how the case ended.
It really doesn't. You settling interested had a case in it. We were asking for your opinion on the legalities, not the outcome of the cases.
We heard it here, MPC. You heard it here. How the case ends doesn't matter. The majority of these are guilty pleas. I just checked on my phone.
Please don't talk over people.
Wow.
Everybody.
No, you won't. You don't have to worry about it, bro. It's all good. Most of those are guilty pleas, by the way. Keep convincing people. Keep convincing people to break the law. And you got the answers, bro. Wow.
There we go.
Wild.
He finally answered my question. Not directly, but he finally did.
So let me explain to everybody. So let me explain to everybody.
Thank God.
So let me explain to everybody what is right before
I'll be
your
Mr.
fucking
Nice Guy.
eyes.
You
So
were.
let me explain to everybody what is right before your fucking eyes. You have an initiated date. You have a title. And looky here. There's a motherfucking name. Looky here. This is the role that you have, that they have you playing. It's a motherfucking game. Don't tell me this motherfucking court has jurisdiction over me anymore. I know better. Let's look at Federal Rules of Civil Procedure Rule 4, where they have to obtain personal jurisdiction through the diplomatic service of notice. And the defendant must voluntarily appear in court. You can never get me to voluntarily appear in court anymore because of that. That is the name that case is made in, not mine.
I hear you. But what I'm trying to say to you, and I've said this before in different ways, when you want people to understand what you're trying to explain, you have to cut it up into smaller pieces so they can chew it. They're not going to get it the first time you just throw it on them. It took me a year, bro. It took me a year of tuning into the Heckle Bus and the other two channels that I can't remember the name of ever.
Yeah,
you saying the same thing, and me going, that doesn't make any sense, because if I do that, I'll go to jail. To realize that, wait a second, I am not this name they've given me.
I'm not sure that go to jail thing is relevant. You perhaps will go to jail. However, is it right or is it wrong? Is more important. It's just like anything. Like picking up a camera, filming the police. I may go to jail. Is it right or is it wrong, though?
Sure.
I think I've looked at the argument a lot, and I think that just of all, without even looking at any court documents or anything, it doesn't stand to reason that I can travel around freely on my bicycle and horse and all of that. But if I put a motor on something, I owe you money. That's not even logical. And even according to the shit I think I see, everything only applies to commerce. It looks like that's true.
Well, this is the whole thing. Is, I mean, y'all make good arguments and whatnot, and my thing is, like, it's never gonna have a really good discussion, because the guy has so much invested in that identity of you know, the legal the thing. It's like you're talking to a doctor about the medical system or something. That ain't gonna end well unless they're open-minded. I guess. I'm not saying he's not open-minded, but
no, open-minded. That was great. He was not open-minded. He thought he was better than us and knew more, because he told us how many times he's a lawyer. He really did think that he knew more, and he should be the one. He should be the one allowed to talk all the fucking time, because he was the most correct and shit. That's in his head.
Yes, sir.
Right. No, that's the thing, is like, some people on earth are autistic, and we have a tendency of paying attention to detail. and I can remain autistic longer than he can remain a lawyer.
So if anybody ever wants to go over that record, I will go over that record in detail. And I will show you
been
what
there.
This thing means. Because using your name as they are using your name without explaining to you how they're using your name. Think about that prescription. The next time you get a prescription, look on the top left corner of your prescription and see if that's actually your last name. It's not.
All right, let's take a grip on that. NPC, may I?
It's called me a bum. Okay, all right. Let's see if you're a bum if you come up here again. Like, come on, bro. You're just ostracizing yourself even more.
Dude, you are belittling bums everywhere.
That's true. You're right.
Listen,
Brothers of the Madness, bums.
I've been fed by bums more than I've been fed by churches.
There you go. Yeah.
They are the nicest people on earth. Crazy, blind, or cripple, they'll share the half can of beans they have. They have a half can. They shared it with someone else earlier, and then they find you, and they're like, well, I only have half a can, but I'll share it with you. These are the salt of the earth. These are the people that the Bible speaks about when they talk about inheriting the earth.
Yeah, and also these are the speaking of bringing it back to God spelled backwards, dogs, right? These are some of the best dog owners too. These people will go starve. They'll starve themselves in order to take care of their dog and keep.
You're right. All them homeless cats got
those dogs. Listen to them too. They listen to them so well.
Joe, why did they have dogs?
I like to hear yours. I got some ideas, but well, you tell me.
I don't get to hear your idea.
Okay, I could say I didn't want to throw you off.
You got to promise me you'll tell me your idea, and I'll explain my observation.
All right.
My observation is this: homeless people will eat most anything. A dog can catch most anything. If you have a dog, you have a secondary access to food that most people don't consider. And if it's cooked, no one questions where it comes from.
Wait. All right. First of all, I hadn't considered that. And I was not aware that homeless people had dogs trained to go kill game and bring it back so they could cook it. I didn't think one homeless motherfucker did that. What I was thinking why they have dogs is because the average person will shun them, whether it be real or imagined. The average person can't communicate with them. So that is the alternative of dog.
A defense.
A defense. Not against literally that too, but it's more a defense against having to alter yourself, face the public, change the way I interact with people, because at some point people are so down on themselves, man, that
I love it, dude. I love it. This is why me and you freaking click, dude. Because you've thought about this to a point that I have thought about it that far, but we both kind of ether out at the same point where we're like, homeless people have dogs, and it's either food or it's companionship. Either way, it's worthwhile because they expend the energy to do it, even though they're homeless. And we both respect it at that point. It's like, I'm not sure why, but we know that they do.
I'd say a lot of all types, the crazy homeless to the homeless that seem more sane than me. So it's not upon me to judge whether whether they could or couldn't. But I've seen people take the homeless person's dog because they feel like you can't take care of it properly or whatever.
I ever tell you about Charles? I got a buddy of mine named Charles. I ran into Charles like 20 freaking years ago. We both worked in the same environment where we were building like off-grid cabins, lodges, hunting places and stuff like that. And we ended up like hooking up and talking to each other. And he's like super duper deep core hippie. Right?
Yes, I love those.
He doesn't respond to censuses. He does not exist in your world, Joe.
I get it. I love those people. I got buddies. Guru, new Guru, right?
Yeah, no, he's right now.
Hey, El Perro, you good, brother?
What I'm getting at is this guy, he comes to me with some really down-to-earth concepts that's really hard to transfer to YouTube, where it's like, well, I'm hungry. Okay, you're hungry, and what else? Well, I need food. You need food? What else? Well, I'm going to go get food where I happen to be. If I happen to be on somebody's land and they have eggs, I'm hungry. It's really hard when you're sitting there talking to these people to be like, that doesn't make sense, because you, Joe, you, Vera, you, NBC, if you were there and you were hungry, you're hungry.
I wouldn't say it don't make sense, Sasquatch. I see the logic in it. This is God's world, and everybody, especially the government, has said, claim the spot. It's mine. Especially the government, as they've claimed damn near everything. So how does a man exist in the world and go about himself without encroaching on someone else's shit? I don't care if I try to travel down that road. Suddenly someone is telling me it's mine and blah, blah.
Off grid. These people, listen, I'm going to say something here that I have not said in public in 5 years. My last name is McCoy. I have family on all 7 continents and the fucking space station. These people, they keep track of stuff that happens. They track things. I don't know how to explain it, but every now and then folks show up and tell you about it. When you have a family as old as mine, they keep track of stuff. It's just,
you're not saying that some of your neighbors used to be Hatfields, are you?
Yes.
I was about to say that.
Yes.
That was exactly the first thing I saw. First, I thought he was a reptilian Illuminati. Then I said, "Oh, Hatfield and McCoy."
Okay. Either way, what I'm saying is we are one family now, Joe. When I run into a Hatfield in a bar, I buy him drinks.
I dig it.
And if I don't have money, he buys me drinks.
Yeah.
And it's not a
Hey,
question.
Sasquatch, what did that start? What state?
Kentucky / West Virginia.
Okay.
But it's Tug Creek, specifically a valley called Tug Creek in like West Virginia, Kentucky. It is the line there. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. None of that matters. I know people think it matters, but the reality of it is 7 of our daughters married 7 of their sons, and 5 of our sons married 5 of their daughters. How is that
thing, right?
Families? Yes, no,
right?
We can't feud anymore. It's impossible because we're all the same family. We buy each other drinks.
Well, here I think you just solved the nation's problems. Whenever these immigrants come in, we need to have sex with as many fucking right-wing Americans as possible. And
I want a
suddenly,
multi-ethnic soccer team of daughters.
Suddenly,
I'm doing my part in Taiwan.
The problem is that in most natural environments, when it comes to animals, it's only the women that come in like that. The children and men are males are disregarded. In other words, they're killed and gotten rid of. They don't need them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened out here with the Dutch after Koshenga from the Ming Dynasty defeated the Dutch in Tainan, and then what they did was they took the wives, the Dutch women, as war brides, and took the children and either killed the husbands or imprisoned them. So we got a lot of Dutch people up here.
And I think it's important to understand that women have and will always go through more suffrage because of that. But again, that's inherently why it's up to the men to protect them, even in times of war.
Pharaoh, being in the family that I'm in means that you're related to me, NPC the game is related to me, and Joe Cool is related to me.
You're son of God?
No, children of fire.
that relates us too.
No, it has to do with how early we came to the U.S., how early we were involved in European politics, how early we went to South Africa, how early we went to various other nations in Africa, and how we assimilate into populations we go into rather than trying to force those populations to join.
You realize everybody does that, not just your family.
Yes, sure. Okay. But we've been doing it since like 1100 BC.
I can't keep a track of mine, but I bet they go back that far. As proof, I'm here now.
They do. Okay. But I have actual names of motherfuckers who pay taxes is the difference.
Yes, I would have no fucking idea.
Hey, Sasquatch, when you were talking about the Basque people, are you talking about obviously then your family's part of that too?
Yes, part of that as well, because
so is mine.
It doesn't matter what part of history you try to attach it to. You'll come up with the children of fire in that native lingo, regardless of how you put it.
Okay, let me bring it back to something. I only have one more segment I wanted to hit about dogs. And it has nothing to do with sex. It's about food. It's about feeding the dogs. I just wanted to show you a little clip because I feed my dogs raw food. Let me just show you this real quick.
Has your veterinarian criticized you for feeding or wanting to feed your pet a raw diet? In recent years, some pet owners and veterinarians have started to butt heads when it comes to nutrition. On one end, you have a frustrated owner feeling like they aren't being taken seriously, and on the other end, you have a defeated veterinarian because their client is believing information that they read online over their professional advice. As someone who is passionate about the raw diet, but also someone who works with conventional vets that are skeptical of the raw diet, I feel that I need to shed light on both sides. So, why are so many vets against the raw diet? Number 1, lack of evidence. Many owners criticize veterinary-tailored pet food companies like Hill's Science Diet and Purina because they believe that they brainwash vets into thinking that their product is the healthiest choice for their pets. The problem is that these companies have internally funded studies and food trials to back up their claims, and they don't have an incentive to perform research on raw diets since it competes with their own products.
Let me say this real quick. Pet food hasn't been around that long, right? Like this
Read
type
my
of kibble
mind.
stuff.
Actually, pet food's been around since like 1740. For a period of time there, it was lobsters, believe it or not. Then it was crabs for a while.
But
And then
I
it was
think he is talking
tuna and
about.
stuff.
I think
Wild.
he is talking about manufactured pet food.
Yes, like
No,
what they
it
call
was
crude
canned.
protein.
Lobster was
Crude
canned.
protein.
Okay.
I won't bring it up. The only reason I bring it up is because the lobster was canned specifically for dogs and cats.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
That
did a
sounds
show on this a couple of years ago. My bad.
But what about this stuff this other stuff like the science diet is that type of brown kibble?
Hold on.
That-
Science diet. I have an experience with science. Never, ever, ever, ever feed a bulldog science diet. The farts that take place are biblical. Dude, it's heinous. It's really bad. I cleared out an entire wing of a hotel with a single bulldog science diet fart.
That's disgusting. Yeah.
Do you think that the kibble is better or worse? Do you think that raw is better or worse?
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I got a buddy.
Raw is better.
I'm pretty sure I got a buddy who
better.
You got a couple arguments there. I got a buddy who I think pretty sure she
Training.
mixes her raw dog food with yams or something like that, and she feed her dogs. And yes, dogs have been around damn near as long as we have, as long as I can remember.
No, they have
and
been.
They were not eating fucking canned kibble. So I'm sure raw will suffice for many tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years.
Sure.
If it's done right.
Sure. In fact, I would go far enough to say dogs are not not wolves, dogs. Dogs are not carnivores. Dogs are omnivores. They eat the same thing we eat.
Yeah.
They can subsist on fortified rice. They can subsist on nothing but fish. They can subsist on the same thing we can. This is a very rare thing in the animal kingdom.
What about hippos? Are hippos
Can't do this.
carnivores? Are hippos carnivores?
Hippos are herbivores that occasionally eat meat. They occasionally eat meat. They're not technically omnivores.
All right, I was just testing because yes, they occasionally eat meat. Yes,
they don't hunt, but if something dies nearby, they'll gobble that shit up too.
Yes.
What are we talking about? Dogs, cats, or freaking God? Where are we at?
We're back to dogs.
Like just cats and dogs. What do you prefer? Well, I mean, what's better for them? Raw diet, a balanced raw diet, or just general kibbles?
Let's cover it from the other side first. Cats are absolutely detrimental to the environment, no matter what environment they enter into. They are the dominant predator above us in every environment a domestic cat enters into.
Domestic cats.
Any cat, but domestic cats are the ones we bring, so they're most numerous.
Oh, so you're saying domestic cats are detrimental?
Yes, as an invasive species, by definition, they kill like 100% of the species they encounter. They play with them and they decide whether or not they're fun, and then decide how many of them to kill from that point.
And they're even with something like birds. The number one killer of birds is probably domestic cats.
Right?
I mean, they are effective, even with something that flies and you think would be free. The birds, even the number one, I think, is domestic cats.
Lizards, dude, number one killer of lizards, salamanders, frogs, freaking you name the local species, and cats eat it. Period.
Have you heard I heard somewhere a long time ago that if a domestic cat were the size of a big cat like lions and tigers, it would be the worst, most ferocious shit ever to fucking roam the planet.
Yeah.
Yes. If a cat weighed 75 pounds, they would eat you.
Yeah, I'm sure I could find it on my other phone.
The only time dogs become a detriment to the surrounding environment is when humans take advantage of dogs for hunting. Wolves, dogs, coyotes, foxes, you name it, right? The canid species in general. They are beneficial to the environment in quote unquote normal numbers. The difference occurs when you have domesticated dogs. Domesticated dogs are a deal breaker. When humans take dog hunting, humans succeed 99.9% of the time, whether it's the actual prey they're looking for or just enough prey to feed the freaking pack. The pack will eat, and the humans will manage their eating in a way that makes it beneficial largely to the overwhelming environment. Cats are not that way. They kill and kill and kill and kill because it's fun.
Yeah.
Damn.
I sent you Sasquatch.
I got it, Joe. This one. Right? I think this is it.
Damn, you niggas fast.
Jamela is back from
Yeah.
It's
always ready to confront hyenas.
That's the one.
Put Joe on the panel.
He's charged. He's like,
Jesus Christ.
Dead.
Oh my God, that's awful. All bad. He got fucked.
It is a moment of supreme opportunity for the matriarch to succeed in the psychological warfare.
Oh no, that's not how that works though, Joe. If he had left, in order to leave that alone, he would have to have left the victim of his hunting alone before the lion attacked the prey the lion took, right? Like this started way back before the hunt started.
No, I think this was okay. I think this particular instance was because they was fucking with his chick.
Yes, but she was hunting. She took prey.
Okay, I was wondering if you were going to it started there. Okay,
he took the prey that they were already hunting, and so they tried to run her off from the kill. And the male lion shows up and says, "Bitch, please."
Okay,
just for a segue, we don't have to stay there, but maybe that the Hatfield McCoy original beef was over a woman. You think
it was over a pig, sir? A pig.
Yeah.
It was over actually, I can be more specific. It was over the earmark of a pig because two individuals chose a very similar earmark, and then a single pig had that earmark, and they could not determine was it a Hatfield's or McCoy's, and a gunfight ensued. They separated, and essentially it divided down Tug Creek, after which there was a whole bunch of killing. 374 people died, and then there were a bunch of marriages, and everyone moved out of Tug Creek except for two families, a original Devil Ants Hatfield, and I can't remember.
This lion ain't gave up. He's been chasing the entire time.
He kills them all, son.
He's been chasing the entire time. Well, he'll let it kill this one and take off, kill another one. Broke their back with just like a bite and ran to the next one.
On camera, there are two individual hyenas who run away, and they do it at the beginning of this encounter. We're already past that point.
Yeah.
You mean this one, Sasquatch?
There are two hyenas, and they run off immediately. And
it was in the daytime. It's not this one. It was in the daytime.
Okay, that's brutal, bro.
Yeah,
he bites one and marks him,
and then
the
takes
one
off
runs off, and then he goes and kills one. He kills another. He kills another. He kills another. He kills another. He just murders the whole pack.
One of them was the matriarch. They have a matriarchal society, which means her daughter would have been the next matriarch. But when the lion kills her, everybody turns on her daughter.
The lion killed her sister, and her daughter. So
she had one daughter live, because I know for sure that the rest of them was turned on her.
Yeah, the pack daughter, the one that was back feeding the pups and stuff, the one that didn't come on the hunt lived. She becomes matriarch. The only reason we know this is because they were doing a study on hyenas.
This is what it would have looked like, because it would have been old like this. We're talking about really old footage.
The new clan matriarch is in attendance. following his every move.
This has got to be it. They talking about that's the chick he gonna kill later.
And the hyenas are similar to dogs, right?
In some fashion, do you know? I'm sure Sasquatch knows this. Their bite force, though, must take them outside of being dogs. Their bite force alone. It's like crocodile shit.
So
hyenas, blood pressure.
Hyenas are pack animals, but they're pack animals who, like lions, have a female-dominated society with a male-dominated hunting matrix, right? So the males go out and find the areas where hunting takes place, and the females come in and actually do the hunting until a larger body is needed to like overtake a particular prey, and then the males come in and do that, right? Say almost identical from lions, but here's a couple of things. Hyenas have their gonads on the outside. So male or female, you can tell because it's right there. And it's not unheard of for a hyena to actually transex.
Really?
Yep.
Yes, they can
have nod like, yep.
Male to male.
Clitoris is big enough to actually rape another hyena.
Yeah, it doesn't happen male to female, but female to male.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What will trigger that? The need for a lack of a of a male.
Just like John Holmes, the X-rated what?
That's fascinating. I didn't know that.
I'll be right back.
And I dropped a link in the back, which I think is the right one.
Okay, let's get it. The daytime one, probably.
Yeah, check your shit.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them there, and they run her off the kill. But here he comes. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds long.
I don't see it. I don't see it
in the clip itself when he comes running out the forest. It says they call him Antoine de Mela, he who greets with fire. When he come running over there, that'll be the clip when you hear that shit.
Okay. Well, this is like a document or something.
It don't matter whatever it is. I don't matter.
No. What
you? You saying it's a
for modern? I think you gave me the wrong link. Yeah.
I'll check.
Try it again.
Yeah, these people are not people. These cats and dogs be at work.
Seems to succeed in the psychological warfare.
You're right. Wrong link.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like he sent me the Protocol of Zion. So
I was reading that, Joe. That shit is horrible.
Hold on.
It's mean. I was reading that shit. Holy hell.
When Matsuri leads the pride out to meet the hyenas, it is to do
I miss these shows. I need to start watching them again.
With their eternal
I know, right? I'm just too.
Grew up on it. Mutual, Omaha, National Geographic.
I've seen every single one of them. I've gone forth and hunted them out.
Like, what the hell don't you know, Sasquatch? Are you like a human Wikipedia or something?
No.
Wait.
Give me a full screen, Alex.
They just said it. Wait. They just said the name.
Rewind it.
Back it up 10 seconds.
That's one of the most watched.
Said it.
You're right, Joe. Most watched part is right here.
And with their eternal enemies. Frenzied calls filter across the bush to the keen ears of Intwai Dumela, he who greets with fire.
Yo, that is fire, that name. Look at him come out.
I have an interesting crossover, and you might enjoy this, NPC, because you like coincidence.
Okay.
My name, my personal name, my name means the child of knowledge and born of fire. My family name means the children of fire. It's just a weird little.
To this guy.
So Joe has made this point. You've made this point. El Perro has made this point. Why do I know the things that I know?
Yeah.
It's sad. It's a very sad fact. I grew up in the middle of nowhere with an encyclopedia
and a boyfriend.
There you go.
No, I just
no boyfriend.
I would prefer a boyfriend. I'm not gonna lie.
Kitty cat.
Would have been better.
A cat.
Dude, I had a cat. I had a cat that would fetch. I had a cat stream to fetch. I had a cat that would take a fish out of a freaking stream. I shit you not. You could take the cat fishing with you, throw the fucking rod out there, and the cat would jump in the goddamn water and go get a fish. I shit you not.
Fire.
Sasquatch is that dude that when they have the emperor, they need the scholar to follow him around. Teach him. Teach him, right?
Dude, I just read the entire Encyclopedia 1976 version, the World Book specifically. The one with the golden.
I remember those, yeah.
I read it too, Sasquatch.
They were there before I was there, but
the whole set.
Joe, like
and the
Britannica,
and I read about.
I feel like you had friends. I feel like you had people that you talked to. I sat at home in my fucking swamp, and I would take these freaking World Book Encyclopedia books on the canoe and go out to the middle of nowhere and go fish and read the encyclopedia.
I still get National Geographics.
I read those too. But now when I talk to you and you bring up something and I'm like, no, it's actually 2 degrees to the left. You're like, okay, sure.
Hey, hold on, Sasquatch. Let him hit us because he's rewound 3 times.
This is this one no parallel. It's the same thing. There we go. But clearer.
This is not a competition for food. When Matsumi leads the pride out to meet the hyenas, it is to do battle once again with their eternal enemies.
Beautiful.
Frenzied calls filter across the bush to the keen ears of Intwai Dumela, he who gangs with fire.
They took off when they saw him, yo.
You see, God. They act like he's King Vaughn.
He is the hyena killer.
Look at this little desert fox out there. He wasn't worried. He knows he'd have to.
He's gone, huh? Oh, there was a fox? Woo. What's this guy trying to do? Oh, he's trying to run away.
The women are emboldened now. And they're the real hunters anyway, so they're good at this shit.
Do you see how she hit the back leg?
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. That's it right there.
That was nothing but sputtle around for popping.
It's kind of like a pit maneuver.
Yeah, like
the police call that.
She pitted him.
No, I hear what you're saying.
I'll use that.
But it's a hamstring.
On the hamstring?
If a war started tomorrow, one of the things you would be taught to learn is how to hamstring a person. Because once they're hamstrung, you can just murder them.
Yep, they can't go nowhere.
Same thing with hyenas, lions, you freaking name it. I firmly believe, like no one believes this, but it's a thing that I believe. Lynxes and bobcats are responsible for some of the 411 cases because they hamstring people when they kill them. Typically, when you find a lynx or a bobcat hunting, they attack the back of the neck. But the back of the neck of a rabbit is about the same size as the back of the ankle of a human. And if you take that and you apply it to a hunting strategy, if I bite El Perro on his ankle, his Achilles tendon, he will fall down, and then I can have all the time I need to kill him.
Well, that would be easy to determine. You just see a lot of the victims, they would have to have damaged or torn Achilles tendons.
All of them, almost all of the 411 victims are either skeletal remains, which means we don't know, or they have damage to their feet and extremities before it becomes a 411.
Won't do. I'm not even sure what a 411 is, but
what does that mean?
The David Paulides.
Yeah, missing persons.
The ones with berries, water, and trails nearby.
Oh, I see.
It's the 411.
411 stands for information, and in that
we used to call that.
That's what I thought, but it didn't make any sense using it as information.
Missing 411 is specifically a David Pauletti's theory where a group of, actually it's not one group, it's like all across the U.S., largely involving national parks, where people turn up missing, and there are certain things associated with their missing status where it's
those
water,
respectively Alaska.
Those things you said will not do, Sasquatch. It must be the tendon. It must be from behind. It must damaged feet and all those other things you said will not do.
But most 411 cases have very little to no skeletal remains.
So they won't do
on their packs. Sure, and I get that. But what I'm saying is, if you've ever seen, all right, and I know you haven't, I'm not saying that you should.
No, I'm sure I'm saying that. I've seen people of all sorts of decay on the trails, of all states of decay. Yeah.
But what I'm saying, if you've ever seen a cat hunt and how they actually kill their prey.
I just did.
Then
right? We all just watched it.
Can we simply accept that a percentage are cats?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's probably not a cougar because cougars leave evidence in skulls and the upper neck typically. And so you have these people who are disappearing across, now I'll be very, very specific, the Southeast, right?
So we're talking about the Appalachians, that trail and all that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Specifically. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Who disappear for no explicable reason, and you kind of have to assume it's snake bite or they broke a leg, they slipped on a rock, something like that. I propose that a percentage of these are bobcat killings. Where
it would stand to reason, right? A certain percentage would have to be.
I think so. Having watched cats hunt and having encountered them in the wild, having encountered them,
I got one for you.
In a natural environment, doing the shit that they do, bro.
Hold on. I got stories of Appalachian 7 months in a damn tent. You guys ever want to hear about them? Yeah.
I've done it, dude. I've done it. I didn't do the Appalachian Trail, but I spent like 2 months, 3 months at a time fucking camping, dude.
Okay, let's go there
with trail, but I traveled for 7 months everywhere I went.
Okay, I want to hear that.
Trail or not.
I want to hear that. Let's go, Joe, and then we'll go to those stories because I was going to bring up that Reese Witherspoon movie.
I was just going to say, speaking of cats, the way they hunt. I'm sure you know this. Over in India, they found out that tigers hunt from the rear, and they were just killing like 500 people a year or so. Stupid numbers. Somebody came up and put a mask on the back of your head. The cats thought that they were seeing a face, and it dropped dramatically. However, cats are smart. They figured it out that they were masked, and it went right back up to the previous numbers. Yeah.
Can you imagine the guy that thinks he's safe with the mask?
He's like, I heard this, Joe. I'm from Chicago, but I heard this works.
Yeah, he's done.
See, here's the thing. Me and Joe have seen all the same videos. We've read all the same shit.
Read the same books. I was reading before the internet. I was reading.
You're pretty much the same person.
No, totally different. He does critical race, and I say there's no such thing as white privilege.
Perro, you go ahead. Let's hear these Appalachian stories.
Yeah.
What made you want to do that anyway? Hit the trail.
El Perro has a reason to do it. I live here. This is different.
Okay.
That's a good question. What's your reason? That's a good question.
Why'd you do that?
Can you turn up your mic, Perro?
Let me turn it up. Let me fix it. Kind of low, Perro.
I blame NPC because he's running the channel.
Not much.
How's that?
I haven't had the interview where you coached me. All right, Sasquatch Shills. Help me get better at this, Sasquatch.
Come in for a show. I'll do it. I'll tell you everything I know, everything I've learned from everyone I've interviewed.
Okay.
The thing is, you got to ask the right questions.
Okay.
But you got to make some rules, set some rules. You remember last time you went for an interview? The Sasquatch is going to use you like the last time.
I've seen him use a couple people
from
me, Joe. You told me specifically to sell you on the idea, and I went, I'm not going to do that. I'm offering you my platform as a channel. You can say whatever you like and promote your channel, or don't, or promote other channels. That's up to you.
I'm just giving NPC a hard time because of
we moved on with our lives,
Thanks, OG.
right? Aren't we moving on with our lives? Isn't that what we're doing?
Oh my god,
that's the plan. Yeah,
it sounds like a divorce couple.
Right. So let's do that.
Or separated. Go ahead, El Perro. What made you want to do that trail, bro? Or camp in a tent, sir?
Oops, where am I? Okay. I had to make sure my volume is on.
Put you up.
I was born on the Mississippi, and I'm so much like Tom Sawyer. I do not like wearing shoes. I run around barefoot as much as possible. I love connecting with the earth. I'm a survival man. I go out to the woods. I got all kinds of pictures I can show you. Skinned raccoons, fish 2.5, 3 feet long, a handful of fish 3 to 4 feet long, all kinds of stuff. And that's my true nature. But in my adult life, I've been caught up in this society where I don't get to experience that unless it's
However, your philosophy on society reflects the shit you're talking about, that free spirit shit. You were born with it.
Right.
Good
So I felt kind of trapped in a society where I need to get out and do stuff. So I decided, okay, after my last court case, I'd already given up all the financial accounts, bank accounts, job, everything. Went to a barter and trade system and said, okay, let's go see what I can do by myself without any barter and trade as a matter of a society living where I need to pay bills in this. Let's go to the minimal standard and see what kind of a creature I am then. And while I was out there, I got to the top of this one peak that was called Frankenstein's Cliff. It was an 8-hour hike. And when I got to the top and I looked out, and understand, I was born in the Mississippi Valley, so I've always been on this flat cornfield here in Iowa. And when I hit that peak and I looked out, and at 56 years old, or however old I was, I can't remember how old that is. Let's see, that was 6 years ago. I'm 58, so 52 years old. And I looked out and I started crying because I knew no matter where I go, I am always on top of the world and I'm that close to it. It didn't matter. And that's where I belong. I don't belong on this concrete.
Hey, let me jump in a little bit. Every time I travel, when I see mountains, I am balling. And I'm in Colorado, so that is a fucking lot. Before 15 minutes from the crib, I am balling. Those mountains just bring it out of you, bro.
It's a calling.
It's like this on Cliff right here.
Can I ask you a question? I want to ask the whole panel, and I want y'all to all answer.
Wait. You're not saying that's what Perro hiked, are you?
It says it's supposed to be Frankenstein's Cliff.
Was it snow when you hiked it?
That's Frankenstein's Cliff in December. That's December, January.
I was about to be like, holy fuck, white people,
April, May.
Yeah, this is, and like I said, it's an 8-hour trek to the top. So when these guys get to the top and they look out over that view, I'm telling you, it's amazing.
So I have a different opinion on the whole hiking, camping thing because I experienced it different when I was younger. I was permitted to go anywhere on the property that we had joined. I had literal legal access in the sense that when game wardens showed up, I would show them my ID and they'd let me go because I was permitted to be there, right? And it's 280 acres of swamp, timberland, what do they call it? Deciduous forest and cloud forest. We're talking like the full breadth of verticality when it comes to the Appalachian Trail, right? Given the choice, I will take an island in a swamp any day of the week.
Did that one too.
Any hung valley anywhere in the universe. A hung valley has a limited amount of protein inside it. You can only stay there for a limited amount of time. You can hang out in a swamp from now to the end of freaking time if you're willing to eat a snake.
Yep, I did this trail too.
See, I haven't done any of the Appalachian trails. I don't know. I've lived in rough.
Hey, Sasquatch, what was your question? You're going to ask us a question, remember? You said you were going to ask us a question.
Is there a benefit to doing this type of traveling, whether it's Appalachian Trail, hiking, Colorado, the Rocky? I'm sure the Rocky Mountains have their own sort of hardcore method. Like,
well, that's where I'm heading next. Or up north to the upper range there in Oregon or Washington.
But how much of the Appalachian Trail have you done?
Just in the central area of White Mountains.
Bitch, bring it to Georgia and I'll fucking meet you.
Oh, you get me down to Georgia, I'm going to start looking for ginseng.
Okay, sure. I can show you a couple of very likely locations, but what I'm getting at is if you bring it to Georgia, I'll buy you a dinner. We'll have us a nice conversation. We'll do us a couple of like little shorts and a couple of like 5-10 minute videos, having a conversation, and we'll move on with our freaking life.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna cut out on you, gentlemen. I was just taking a break from editing. I've been editing for fucking all day. I'm gonna get back to it, man. You guys.
Hey, thanks, OG. Appreciate you blessing us.
Blessings, bro.
You bet.
Legend right there. Legend. Now, were you saying, Sasquatch? Is there a benefit to hiking any of these trails, or
Sure.
is that what you're getting at?
I all right.
think so.
So when I
remember this part right here. Like I said, I did this trail too. I've got a video in my thing here. I might be able to pull up and it'll show you the same place.
Okay.
Ripley Falls. Yep.
Okay.
the ability to walk into the wilderness, right? I'm not saying that I could. All right. Well, maybe I could, but most people who hike couldn't walk into an environment and just live on that environment. You have to be able to look at the environment and take the full breadth of calories available there. We are not pre-Columbian here. We don't have American chestnuts. Without American chestnuts, you cannot just live in the forest. That's not a thing. If you eat those squirrels, if you eat those rabbits, if you eat the fish, you will die of rabbit starvation eventually. It will get you.
Oh. Those chestnuts give you protein or whatnot?
American chestnuts are unique, bro.
Yeah.
I really like this is kind of a sore spot for me personally. American chestnuts are something that's missing from the eastern cloud forest. They are the eastern version of the sequoia. There's no reason you should know this, but when Cortez came and burned his ships and then marched to the East Coast to build his ships to go back to England, he built them out of American chestnut, the greatest wood to have ever occurred on Earth. That being said, the Chinese chestnut virus infested them. They no longer occur on the eastern seaboard. And if I had the money, if I had the ability, I would buy 500 acres in like Arizona somewhere, dig a deep fucking hole until I found water, and plant American chestnuts there to be able to propagate them into the future. They did not kill them. It ruined their ability to make propagation.
They sterilized them, basically.
The stumps still exist. I can go to my pop's land and go collect chestnuts, but they're all susceptible to the Chinese chestnut virus. Because of that, there's a limited amount of benefit from planting them. If you could take them elsewhere where the virus doesn't exist, there's a chance they would generate a resistance. It just takes time. It takes repetitiveness, and it takes doing it over and over and over again. And this desert Southwest is the perfect environment for this because the chestnut virus cannot exist in that level of desiccation. And so if you could create a quote unquote sanctuary out there in the desert, it could exist without being infected. And you could have more genomes and genomics developed from that source of chestnuts. I'm sorry. I like American chestnuts.
I made that knife.
Yeah. Sorry about that, bro. That's not the knife. That's awesome, but like that sucks because I mean my thing is I grew up in the redwoods, so when you said sequoia, because I'm from Cali, right, Northern California,
dude,
so I can only imagine if
let me give you some numbers.
something happened to those trees. So
No,
I feel you, bro.
Let me give you some numbers. The American chestnut can crack granite 90 feet deep.
Yeah.
It can grow roots directly into granite.
Wow.
It has a 350 foot tall upper canopy.
That was a wolf spider bite, not me.
Yeah, but that's not good. That is a wolf
That looked
spider.
bad. Go back to that. Go back to that. That was awful. You still have your thumb, I guess. Jesus Christ.
It's amazing
That's
what
wild.
nature can do to you if you're not careful.
Mm-hmm.
And when we talk about mushrooms, I got plenty of experience.
Mm-hmm.
I love the mushrooms. Gosh.
You forage, huh?
Oh yeah, watch. This is a plethora of mushrooms, and I made a good journal of them.
So like psilocybin right there, maybe?
Nope, not yet.
Not yet.
We got a few of those though.
Those are tasty right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chicken of the forest.
There you go. You got a lot of swamp mushrooms. Mushrooms in the swamp too. Probably.
Yep.
All right. So this is something I've learned from long experience in the swamp. If you're in a swamp and you encounter mushrooms, do not eat them.
Mm-hmm.
The edible mushrooms take place outside of the human environment of the swamp. It's on the edges. The edges, bro. If you're in the swamp and you're fishing and looking for sustenance and you want mushrooms, you go either up into altitude to find edible mushrooms, or you go out into grassland to find edible mushrooms. You will not, usually, with a few exceptions, shiitake, hatake, and a couple of others, you will not find them actually in the swamp. You have to go outside of that humid, oppressive atmosphere.
Now this is on the top of a post. A post, you know, like a regular fence post, a round one. So it's only about 4 or 6 inches. But these here are tiny little mushrooms, and all this green stuff in here, this is that lichen that you see. And then these are a bunch of little tiny mushrooms all over the place.
Could you imagine if you were a miniature organism, that would look like a straight Alice in Wonderland right there.
Yeah. And this year, somebody was talking about when we were talking about the 411 missing 411s, and you know, accidentally falling or slipping accidentally, and this is where I knocked myself out. I woke up hours later after I tripped over a piece of barbed wire of all things.
Damn.
Out in the middle of the woods, out in the middle of the mountains, tripped over a piece of barbed wire between a couple rocks. Had I been more conscious and aware, I'd have seen the long wall of rocks as a property boundary, an old ancient property boundary.
Yeah. But hours you were out unconscious?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
It was daylight. I woke up, it was night.
I've been there. I've done that. It was different. I got startled by a bird and fell down and barked my head against a piece of metal and woke up several hours later. It was dark and I was out in like the wilderness.
It was down a hill or something?
No, I was actually about 35 feet from my front door. I was walking along. A bat flew across my eyes, and I freaked out and stumbled, hit my head on a piece of metal, and woke up several hours later with the dogs laying next to me, which is another reason why I promote dogs.
Yep, absolutely.
You don't have to ask for help. If they think you need it, they'll just show up and do it.
Yeah.
I was
if you
lucky.
don't need help, they'll do it.
Well, yeah, I consider myself lucky because any predator could have come along. And I'm telling you, I've been hearing coyotes for damn sure. And I know I did see a black bear at the other end of the meadow one morning when I woke up, and he was wandering across the bottom of the meadow. You know, so they are out there, and I just got lucky. You know, that knife is the only thing I was really carrying on me besides a fishing pole for anything. So, you know, it was bare minimums.
Yeah. Wow.
I got to bounce, bro.
All right, Sasquatch. Caucasian Sasquatch. Appreciate you, man. Blessing us.
As soon as I get my voice fully back, I'm going to be trying to do interviews again.
Okay.
I'm just not there yet.
Billy Simon.
I'm just not there yet, bro. Like, I can't talk.
No, you gotta take care of that. I know how that is as teaching. Like, dude, I throw my voice out the first couple of weeks of school sometimes.
No,
voice hygiene.
Here's the weird thing. I did a straight 2 years of YouTube talking every other night, doing the whole night. I get this cold a couple of weeks ago. My sinuses go to shit. My voice goes to hell. And that's it. I didn't get a fever. I wasn't sick. I didn't feel bad. I had a little bit of a cough, and that was it. I strained a muscle in my vocal cords, and now I'm missing like 90% of my register. So I'm having to talk in like a low register. It'll get over it eventually.
Yeah.
Anyway,
hey, thanks for being patient with that creature earlier. All that stuff, right?
Look, dude. Look, Order Bro. He's got his own agenda. He's doing his thing. If he wants to email me and we'll have a show, I will promote his channel just like I do everyone else's. I don't have any hate for the man, even though he took shots at me. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
He will have to take shots at me because I base my arguments in reality, and you can't argue that point. And so you have to go ad hoc.
Like
I'm down.
You're down. Okay. Yeah, I don't hate him either. He was acting like a creature. That's all. I actually think he's very interesting, and he did add something to the broadcast. It's just that we need to take turns speaking, right?
In the previous news cycle, he was a very prominent person. I don't know about your timeout, dude. I didn't do that. That's not me. But anyway,
you're not timeout. Obviously, we can see you.
I got to go do a thing that I promised to do before, and come do an interview. We'll do it the same way. To be like that. He's the only person that's actually taking advantage, and not at the same time, which is really weird. Like, he gave me the keys to his channel, like 100%, no holds barred, on the assumption that I would do nothing. And I was like, okay.
You talking about Flo?
Yeah.
Well, you got him. You helped get him the monetization quick, because I remember you were one of the first persons to suggest. You said you should start a new channel, right?
Yes.
I remember you saying that. Yeah.
He did everything that I told him not to do. He did all the things. And I was like, you need to start a new channel and do it this way. He was like, yeah. And then he did it and did it the other way. And I was like, I just shrug at it. It's not my channel, bro. It's not my channel. It's not for me to control. You do your channel the way you want to. El Perro does his. I do mine. Flo does his. All I'm here to do,
sometimes.
I want good programming. I want good content. That's all I want. If you're making good content, you'll never hear an argument out of me, bro. I'm that guy. I'm the dude.
All right, that dude, McCoy. Good to see you, bro.
Yes, sir. You have a lovely afternoon. I appreciate you coming in, bro. You're always fun. I always enjoy it. NPC, you could like remember me if you ever do another list. I don't know what to tell you. Peace
No,
out.
hey, also too. Hey, wait, one more thing. By the way, English is my first language.
I'm sorry. That was a joke.
I was like,
by the
a backhand compliment or something.
That was a joke, by the way. I know what you're talking about.
That's like a month ago. I've been waiting, Sasquatch.
I'm just saying, if English isn't your first language, you have an interesting approach to reality.
Oh my God, that's called being unorthodox, baby. Come on.
I don't mind Look, no, listen. Hey, I like you. I don't want to make you mad right now. We'll talk privately, and you can get mad at me that way.
Okay, I appreciate giving me that option. All right,
we'll talk soon. Don't let the man get you down.
This guy. All right, much love, man. Thanks, bro.
Later, brother.
We're the same age too. Yeah, and God is real. I'm glad you came in. I mean, dude, you were cooking. You were cooking. Yeah, you were definitely. I probably ruined the energy with that whole bestiality weirdo shit. After that, it was kind of downhill for a minute. This is a weird segue. That dog is cool though. This I know this is definitely your dog. I see the eyes resemblance.
That's Eddie.
Is that a boxer, a mastiff, or
boxer pit mix?
Okay, I see.
He's 105 pounds.
Okay.
So he's not a small dog. He's not big, huge, or anything, but he's a good enough size that he'll take care of business for us.
Okay. He's good looking. Is it just him in your pack?
Yeah, no, we just lost our other one about a month ago. His name was Murphy. So together we had Eddie Murphy.
Oh my God, that's classic. That's what you were talking about earlier. Yeah, Eddie Murphy. Rest in peace, Murphy. Romp in peace, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sorry for your loss, man.
Oh, we still got him,
Yeah. So. Yeah. That's like I'll play on the outro in a second, but the intro was my dogs, my pack, all the dogs I've had with my wife, and I had the Winston, the white Formosan Taiwanese mix, and then Fin. They passed like one after the other about 3-4 years ago. And that was the first time I lost a dog. And yeah, man. But now we have 3. We have 3 other ones. So they teach us a lot, man, about life and death and how to enjoy. They're only here for what they say 7-1 the years. They live it like they live life to the fullest, man.
Oh yeah, and when you have dogs that you have a close social ranking and communication with, there's a communication that's inherently there that most people don't recognize until it's pointed out. You can tell what your dog is feeling because he gives certain expressions. This is a body language and a spiritual connection, and an ability to read and comprehend those expressions and things like that. Like you saw in that dog there, he knew I was paying attention to him, and he knew at that point he was still setting himself within our society. He was still new to the family. We had just received him maybe a couple months, but and he's 4 years now. That was 3 years ago, so he was only a year old when we got him.
So he was new to the pack. This is like right here, the Winston. We already had him for. Oh, he was already 5 years old, the white one, and then Fin. She just came from Taiwan to California. She was a rescue dog. She was only at this point, I think she was 2 or 3 months in America. She looks much different than she did like years later. But look at his eyes, look like human.
Yeah, I love dogs with brindle coats too.
Oh yeah, this all my dogs. Like this is the current pack. You got Trinity right here on the left. She's the big sis. She's 8. With the brindle, and then you got Junior, another rescue, the Sheba, he's 4, and the new one, Dreamy, she has a nice brindle right here. She's 1 year old. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Man, dogs are great, man.
Oh yeah, and when you think about it, we were talking earlier, if you're going to be out hiking around or being homeless, one of the good advantages of having a dog is that not just that social and interaction and all that, but the fact that they are a system of information for you as well. This goes to their alertness and their senses that add to yours. They hear and see things that you may or may not. Now, enhancing this as a part of a societal structure for a family, rather than just opposed to a homeless individual or somebody that's hiking individually, why not a dog for each family member, or a structured hierarchy of dogs within the family structure, such as 2 Chihuahuas, 2 Terriers, 2 Pit Bulls, 2 Shepherds, 2 Mastiffs, something like that, where you have
like how you worked up. Like
your
way.
little ones.
Yeah.
Your little ones are your alarm system. Then you have ankle biters. You got herders that can do the surrounding and pushing for the movement, and then you have your full dogs that can take control.
Damn. Man, that's like Taoism right there. You just took
the
dog hierarchy and just made it. It made it into military units right there.
Well,
that's what I'm looking at.
Them. If they're naturally intertwinable, why not take advantage and be equally beneficial?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, I agree. That's dope. Yeah. Yeah. So I gotta actually go walk my dogs now. It's been a minute. So Eddie, is he taking a nap right now, or is he roaming around?
No, he's in there laying with mom.
Yeah.
It's about bedtime here. I gotta let him out one more time and then take his harness off. And
I know about that. Last pee of the night, we say. Last pee of the night.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah, and when you guys do that, take their damn harness and leash off and stuff.
Yeah. Do you think because it builds trust?
Well, yeah, and it allows that natural comfort. I mean, if
for sure.
you got a collar around your neck 24/7, it just becomes.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that. Yeah.
So like consideration, it's an equal benefit. Give them equal consideration. You wouldn't want to be treated like that if you were truly a family member, would you?
No, you're right.
So it does come to that deeper spiritual connection.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes sense. Like, you might be wondering, like, damn, why does it take so long for my dog to do the last pee in the night, or or whatever? Yeah, it's because give him some privacy. Give him some freedom. Yeah, good looking out.
Well, and that's one of those things about taking them for a walk at the end of the day. I can't particularly do that right now. It's pretty cold, and my lungs can't take it. But when it starts warming up, I'll be able to take him out and go for a walk at the end of the night too.
Yeah. Best way to bond. That's the best way to bond. Yeah. That's what I did with this one. When we got her, the Dream, she was tied up at a motorcycle helmet shop for over a year outside, and they would never let her in. And I already had the 2, and I was like, I really feel bad for her, but at the moment I can't handle another one. And then it was the coldest day of the year, a year ago, and I was like, fuck it, I gotta get her. So we went over there and I got her. And they gave her up. And ever since then, I walked her home. We had a long walk home. Me and her, and ever since then, she's been my shadow. Yeah.
That's what he wants to be, but I'm always busy on the computer doing research and stuff and playing around with fucking panels and all that. So
yeah.
But again, like I said, when the warm weather comes, that story changes.
Yeah. And it's doggy Disneyland.
What do you think about that? When see, dogs naturally like it outside for most certain breeds. There are, some of the short hair breeds like your pit bulls aren't necessarily for northern hemisphere. They should be in the warmer climates because again, as a natural creature, they're not used to having shelters like this where they're always warm.
Absolutely.
So it goes to beg that because we do so, they become comfortable, and we take advantage of that as a convenience for us without understanding their need for that outdoor stuff. We really shouldn't be riding most of these dogs in houses at all. We should have them as an exterior in their natural environment and allow them to come in the house when they want to, but
they feel like it. Yeah. Right. This is like Winston, the white one right here. He's kind of like, he had the short hair, but he loves his he loved the outside and the breeze, and I mean, he only lived in two spaces: Northern California and also Taiwan, where it's very humid. But he loved it, the breeze outside and whatnot. But there's people out here in Taiwan that literally they have a husky, and I feel bad for those dogs. Out in the we live on the Tropic of Cancer, basically. They have a husky. That's pretty rough, I would think, on the husky, huh? Yeah.
Absolutely. The husky having a double coat of fur, and a thick hide as well. You take a look at the hide of a husky compared to a pit bull, and you'll see a very distinct difference.
Yeah. Whereas this dog is a Japanese dog in the middle, Junior, Shiina Iba, those dogs, and he has a pretty thick coat too, but it's certainly not like a husky and whatnot.
Right, it's much shorter and allows
shorter
for contact for heat takeaway. Whereas your long hair on the husky, that heat takeaway doesn't happen until a couple inches.
Right. Absolutely. Keith, did you ever get a chance to watch any of that Deadwood yet?
What is there a certain channel or something that it's on that we could check out? Because I haven't found anything on what we've got so far.
I think the only thing is like HBO Prime, or that's what I do now. I just watch clips on but the whole series, I don't know. That would have to be on some type of torrent. If I find it, I'll send it over your way.
Yeah, do that.
I can do that for you.
Yeah, we can always look at clips too, but a lot of times them clips you can't get them in the right order, so you can see what's actually.
That's true.
It's kind of confusing.
Yeah. I'll try to get my I'll put it on my list because I want it for myself as well. When I find it, I'll shoot it over to you.
Awesome.
The torrent site. Yeah, no problem. So I'm probably gonna get going right now. Give the dog a walk. I really appreciate you coming up. It's always an honor when you come up. I really respect you a lot, Keith.
Well, hey, all glory goes to him, and I hope I'm fulfilling that. Is all I can say. My apologies for my passion earlier, but again, when it comes to that kind of stuff, I'm a living experience.
Yeah, I remember your story, your origin story. I can understand where you're coming from. The little that you shared with us.
Well, the basic concept that I figured out throughout all of it is that these courts, they cannot obtain personal jurisdiction without first sending diplomatic notice of service, and the defendant needs to voluntarily waive personal jurisdiction. So if I don't want to voluntarily waive personal jurisdiction, I don't have to. That's a choice. People compulsively do so by not knowing because they are bound in a state of fear. And nobody's been able to break that since. And like I said, all them cases down there that they've not pressed any warrants on, along with the last case where I told you I fingered them and cussed at them and swore at them, called them all communist bastards, all kinds of shit. I'm telling you what, they tried to push a contempt charge at sentencing, but that didn't fly either. Okay. So then when they did turn around and sentence me, I ended up, now understand this, folks, this was for sixth offense possession. Sixth offense possession. I had to take a hit on that one. Sixth offense possession. And the 5 previous offenses, I had a public pretender, we call him, the public defender, who was appointed by the court. And I got max penalties on all 5 previous charges across the board. This time, didn't matter what they wanted to sentence me to. They ended up sentencing me 60 days instead of 2 years. Plus the fines and fees and penalties weren't near as high as they were in the previous 5 cases. And then when I did 47 days, they gave me 13 days for good time. And the judge issued a discharge order. Now, when I went to the counter to be released from jail or let out of jail, they handed me this document. And at the top of the document, it clearly read, release paperwork. Now, remember, I told you when they arrested me, I refused to sign anything. Why do you think I would start signing now? Well, they turn around and say, well, you have to sign, otherwise we can't let you out.
Yeah.
Really? I pulled out the judge's discharge order and simply asked her one question. You're telling me you're willing to violate the judge's discharge order if I don't sign that paper? It kind of fried her circuits. She didn't know what. Yeah, that's the plain truth. When the plain truth hit her, I was out of there quicker than I'd been out in 35 years. I ain't walked back.
Mm-hmm.
They know I understand the thing about the personal jurisdiction, and I'm never going to waive it. Never. You have to profess that you have it already. That means I've already voluntarily waived personal jurisdiction for that case.
Yeah.
Not going to happen anymore. Anyway, that's the secret. It's not a secret. You just haven't read it.
Mm.
Like I said, I can show you where it's all at. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 4, and the definition of personal jurisdiction in LII Wex Cornell. Anyway, be blessed. Thanks for having me up. And again, my apologies for my passion. But I refuse to accept anything but the truth, particularly when somebody wants to profess that I'm the insane one because he's got a degree. Don't think so. Truth is what it is.
Never apologize on this around me when you're dealing with the truth and passion. I love it that you're speaking my language, my friend El Perro. Love thy God.
Thank you.
Yeah,
absolutely. All glory goes to him. He's the one that gave me the word of truth, and nobody's been able to dispel it yet. And like I said, you can look. I'm wearing that short mustache right now, and I go to city councils wearing the short mustache, talking about how America is slowly becoming Hitler's willing executioners. I don't put up with nobody. Be blessed.
Righteous peace, brother. Wow. Mic drop. Mic drop. I'm telling you, fucking with these real ones, man. Do something. It does something to you. So I appreciate you coming through us, El Perro. All the wisdom, Sasquatch, and Joe Cool, OG. And God is real. Yeah, I appreciate you coming up, man. Much love. For real, man. For real. No, yeah, it's always been all good with me, bro. You have a wealth of knowledge as well. Absolutely. And I was serious about giving you your flowers, man. Hopefully you'll come back. I know you'll come back though. You're a good dude, man. Very skilled. Be blessed as well. Hotep. Shout out to Zephyr. She's been rocking with us for hours. Appreciate you, Linus. Shout out to the Mad Chatter. Well done on you. Absolutely. Michael, I think you're simulcasting. Good to see you, brother. I love you have that dog avatar. Dog spelled backwards, Dog Heart Guardian. Dog Heart Guardian, what's up, man? And I didn't even see his stinky end. Who the fuck is that? I didn't even see that earlier. Infamous. Yeah. Nude Guru. Snow Flyer. Much love, sweetheart. The Snow Flyer one. Logical Spark. Everyone, bro. Everyone's out here. Damn. Zoom, 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 zoom. All I want to do is zoom, zoom, zoom. Bex, the one and only. Hopefully she was enjoying that wine. Alexander, pleasure. My astrology friend. Dino. Ozzy Mendez, Uncle Fatty. Crazy Mama. All the legends, right? Jeremy, Locksmith. Our friend on the other side of the pond. Dancer. God damn, that's everybody. Look Within. Yeah. Divine Sparks was keeping it lit. Hardest worker in the metaverse, female. Alexandra. All right, I saw you. Yeah, I saw you out here. OTW. Absolutely. Dropping that new track. London Man, peace, brother. Yeah. All the family, man. all looking out. Yeah. Who's out there? Much love. Stinky is Noel. Okay, Noel, good to see you. I was like, Stinky N. I was like, who the hell is that, man? We got to deal with that and shit. Noel, good to see you. Alexandria, pleasure. So this has been God spelled backwards, as you know, is God. Human psychology versus dog psychology, Moon and Capricorn, Raw Diet, and DMX. Much love, man. Well, this is my tribute to my pack. Shout out to Romp in Peace, Fin, the beloved, my beloved, Winston, my beloved. Much love to my Trinity, my little three, yeah. San. My heart, yeah. Shout out to Junior, Whopper Junior, who is a fucking ascended being right here. You're lucky if he gives you affection, but when he does, it's beautiful. It's nirvana. And shout out to Dream, my shadow. I love you. And my favorite dog, my son year of the dog, Benjamin. Coming up this week, tomorrow, we got Brother Ali's having a class, Absolute Truth class. So we have bad ways. What does it mean to be a good person? You know, that's on my broadcast the next day. And then we have You're in My Year of the Snake. It's coming up. Zephyr year too. So with all that said, no waiver, yeah? Suckers. Without that said, here's my tribute to my beloveds. Much love, y'all. NBC The Game Live. See you in the coming days. Peace.